And we are live here on Plus One EXP's Roll for Content channel. My name is Tony Vicenda. I'm Chief Alchemist here at Plus One EXP. We are in our fourth and final session of Stonetop, a series I've subtitled Troubles Abound each time, which sounds great. That's great. We have just stepped into the Fae realm, but let's meet the wonderful Fae that we're playing with today. Let's start, Jeremy. For folks who are joining us today on our final stream, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, and give us the pitch for Stonetop.
Sure. I'm Jeremy Strandberg. I am the designer of Stonetop, and Stonetop is as we call it, a PBTA hearth fantasy role-playing game in a Iron Age that never was, in which you play the local heroes of a small, isolated, fantastic Iron Age village called Stonetop. And the adventures that the PCs go on tend to, they do focus on threats to the village and opportunities to improve the village's lot. For example, in this case, missing children and Fae bullshit. Mm-hmm. And that's the game. I don't know.
That's it. Great. Yeah, if people want to find you, they can go to
spoutinglore.blogspot.com, or you can find me at the Stonetop Discord at ttrpg.link/Stonetop Discord.
Yay!
Look, Tony, I did it right.
You did it right. Nathan.
Hello. I am your androgynous android late night DJ, Nathan Blades, tabletop RPG designer, voice actor, and general internet ne'er-do-well. Nathan Blades. Yes, I play the judge of Aratus, enacting judgment and harmony across Stonetop, Moorcant Chambers. You can find me in a variety of places under the Neon Caster. That's both Twitch, YouTube, itch.io, all that jazz. The most thing you can find me working on at the moment is City of Espers, a tabletop RPG about fabulous psychics going on urban adventures. I'll probably yap about that at the end of the show, but it's great to be here for the conclusion.
Awesome. Val.
Hi everyone, I'm Valiant Dorian. I use he, him, his pronouns. You can find me all across the internet at Valiant Dorian or at Otso Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure I just say you on. And tonight I have the distinct pleasure of playing the light bearer of Helior, Karna Heliorson, who uses he, they pronouns. And yeah, I'm looking forward to our finale. Let's go save a kid from the Fae.
Awesome. Darby.
Hello, hi, my name is Darby, otherwise known as Chaotic Darby on the internet. I do lots of stuff and things, and today I'll be Owena for the last time. Be a good time.
Awesome. I'm Tony. I do everything at Plus One. You can find us at plus1exp.com. Check out RPGZine.Club at RPGZine.Club or Stonetop at ttrpg.link/Stonetop if you haven't already picked up your own copy. We also have all the handouts and kind of an advanced little preview for free over on that page now also, too, if you haven't already picked it up or couldn't find it before. I'm playing Vassal the Hunter, or the greatest hunter in a generation in and around Stonetop, and I am equally excited to step into the Fae realm. Jeremy, we've already discussed safety beforehand. Jeremy just reminded us of all of our lines, veils, and other sensitive items beforehand, but I'm going to hand things over to you to take us into play.
Okay, well, and once again, I'm actually going to turn things back over to our judge, the chronicler of Stonetop, to get a quick recap on where we're at.
Yes, indeed. On session 3, the fast facts of session 3, with evidence to take back to Stonetop, the group notice a quiet wariness from those working outside the village walls, with no children to be seen. Villagers crowd the group on their return, in particular Luella, aggressively demanding information on what happened to her son. Karna brings about order and helps Luella grieve. Vassal returns to their family. Paul, already a little upset after the public house celebration, is angry at Vassal's apparent laxness, putting their children at risk. Apologies and reconciliations are made. Returning to the aviary, Moorcant finds a parrot has arrived with a letter for Karna. Owena dives into research about the Blossom Queen. Like all Fae, the Blossom Queen was created as a servant for the Green Lords to create a domain that could house the spirit of the one she served as an eternal afterlife. The Fae started a rebellion, leading the Blossom Queen to turn the afterlife she created into her own domain. Jujutsu Kaisen references set aside, imprisoning the souls inside. In the conflict, she lost her husband and child and was never the same since. Kana, needing to reconnect with the sun after invoking it, calls out to Helior and sees a vision in the blinding light of the sun. He sees where Thomas has been spirited away, being fawned over by the Blossom Queen and countless fey creatures. There's an older woman in the vision that notices she's being observed. Could this be the missing light bearer, Lady Fatima? With evidence in hand, Morkant and Owena confront Yorath about his involvement with the Blossom Queen. He reveals that multiple times in Stonetop's history, people have made deals of sacrifice with the Blossom Queen to take away their or other people's illness. However, the tolls the Blossom Queen asks are large, and how she holds her end of the bargains is rarely genuine healing. Yorath too has fallen to this trickery, calling the Blossom Queen forth and treads mortifying the previous judge Kasser when they found out. With renewed determination, Morkant is finally able to enter the Chronicle to find useful information on how to travel to the Fey Realm and artifacts that may aid in the journey. Fully prepared, the group head back to the deep woods, drink fairy wine to open themselves up to perceiving the doorway to the Fey Realm, and go forth in search of the Blossom Queen's domain.
Nice.
Yay!
Amazing.
That was awesome. Mark diligence if you haven't already done so.
I am now at 2 diligence.
All right.
I could
To
save
make
people
the
who roll a
way.
5. Let's go.
Oh, I think you can
Thank
only
you.
use it. Doesn't it say you can only use it once per roll?
It just says you
Oh.
can spend 1 diligence at any time to add +1 to a roll that you or a fellow player just made.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well,
Take that,
not
game
sure if
designer.
Not take that.
As a Magic the Gathering player, you have to say once per turn.
You gotta
otherwise
read the
you're-
rules.
It's
No.
true.
Reading
There's a
part.
distinct possibility that was intentional.
Mhm.
Well,
Well, even
who
if
could know?
even if it is once per action, if I
Yeah.
flicker myself and re-enter the battlefield, I'm a new
Mm.
entity and can use it twice.
Yeah.
all right. Just kind of quick checking in on instincts. Vassal, wonder to revel in beauty, splendor, and magnificence. Owena, mystery to avoid straight answers, to keep secrets. Karna, hope to inspire others in the face of adversity. And Morkant, harmony to seek a path that makes everyone happy. All right. And as far as wishes go, mostly what we ended up with at the end of the last one was woo, Fey Realm. But also Darby wanting an opportunity to use Let's Make a Deal, and we already established that will apply to the haggle move that I threw on the whiteboard. Nathan wants to be able to use Hammer in the Book, but flavor it as, quote, more a scolding than not a punch.
Mhm.
At least that's how I wrote it down. Val wants to get into the meat of the Blossom Queen's past and story and interact with Lady Fatima, and Tony like exploring a liminal supernatural space, especially with your mental map move that you just picked up.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think I can hit all of those. Or rather, we can hit all of those. So where we specifically left off was you had entered the Fey pathways, right? You walked into the Waystone, guided by, or like, which was open to you because of the fairy wine. You each encountered something that sort of tried to lure you away from the path. Karna saw a vision of their past and realized that no, that can't be changed, and brought themselves back. Vassal was like enthralled with the overall like connections to everything, saw the entire forest laid out, and all of the was almost overwhelmed by it, that pulled themselves back and reconnected. Darby saw the oh man, it was right there, and now it just like disappeared from my brain.
On the paths?
Yeah, on the paths.
It was like
see.
warm fires.
Warm,
And, like,
right. Because you can't feel warmth because of the redwood effigy.
I'm
So
just
yeah,
so cool.
you were tempted by warmth, and again recognizes the trickery as it was. Whereas Morkant was actually like almost pulled off the path by the Fae known as Blush of Dawn, basically just telling them, why don't you go ahead and murder Owena while you're at it? And there was debate, and Vassal's Drake Toto kind of like burst in after them and pulled Markant away and
Knocked me to my senses, quite literally.
exactly. But that does sort of tell us that the Blush of Dawn is about. All right. So you find yourselves like going down this surreal pathway, and eventually the pathway starts to like the kind of dark watercolor path that you are heading down starts to resolve and become more and more of a place, and you feel like you are walking through. You can kind of feel the edges of trees just out of the line of sight as you're kind of entering back into the real world. And Karna, you actually recognize these like two great big sentinel-looking tree statues flanking the path, but without any of the like wildness to them. Like they're clearly living, grown like trees that have grown in statue form, but they are clearly like still maintained and kept. And they're picture like the what is it, the falls in the Fellowship of the Rings.
Yes.
Right? Like two statues, except they're trees standing on either side of this pathway. And the group of you kind of pass your way through that, and you find yourselves in this hallway that is like made of stacked, or not stacked, but like marble, white marble, just this vaulted chamber of white marble, intricate scroll work carved all over the place. And the just sort of like this inner light kind of like emanating from all of the stones. There's no like single source of light. It's just like the stone itself seems to be glowing, and everything has this weird no shadows kind of feel to it because there's light coming from every direction at once. Everything feels a little bit off. And I think the first sort of thing that you realize is like as you come in, there's this just absolute like perfection to everything. And then as you all take the chamber in, you start to realize that there's something you can kind of it like almost a double vision to it, where you see rubble and dirt and like roots just dragging in through the ceiling, and discarded like bone and rotting, just cast off foodstuffs, and just all of this like squalor and ruin that is there when you just kind of like let your eyes relax just a little bit. But when you stop that and start looking at something, you actually see, no, it's perfect and incredibly preserved. Yes, Owen.
How's my memory doing? Do I remember being here before? Like, what do I remember from my times previous?
That's a great question. How about, and I think I said this at the end of the last session, I think we're going to use know things fairly liberally to have you like dig into your memories that are starting to come back now that you're here.
Yeah. That sounds like fun. Okay, know
Get so excited.
things. I'm just so stoked. I love memory things too. Memory shenanigans are always a lot of fun. No things is an intelligence roll. Yeah. Yeah. This is an 8.
An 8, you say?
Mhm.
Okay. So with an 8, so that's something interesting. and it's up to you to make it useful. Okay, yes, you do recall having been here before. You basically, like, this is the landing zone, right? Like, you realize that there are, in this chamber, you've just come out of this arched chamber, and there are multiple other archways, maybe like 8 of them, all around this kind of domed chamber. Excuse me. And you're fairly certain that each of the other archways leads to another Fey pathway. The other kind of just detail that you recall from here is that this particular chamber is actually from somewhere else. Like, it is not part of the lady's tomb. It's not part of like the actual place. It's just plucked out of time and out of place, and it is just like being kept here. And my question, to turn it back on you, is how do you know that?
That this place was like plucked out of time and placed here.
Mm-hmm.
Who was my last? Who is the one who's nice to me?
The Crown Stag?
Yeah. I wonder if the Crown Stag told me, just because they're like trying to they're like, I'll give you things, I'll tell you things. I'm like, that's good enough. Like, trying to get out of being beholden. It's just like feeding information.
Oh, okay. Can I twist it a little bit?
Yes, please.
I think that, like, at a previous time that you were here, you met the Crown Stag, and the Crown Stag was just sort of like, showing off to you, and just sort of like, as they pass through, something like, yes, this was actually the tomb, or like taken from the great white city of Vorsvistelik before it was besieged, or before it was besieged. We so, actually, yeah, it's that. Like, this was. He gave this big thing about like how they snatched it away from the city before the war started, before the siege took it, and it could fall into ruin. It was they cast lots to see who would take it. So yeah, you kind of like have this flash of having like been here and being back. And I think as you are all sort of like taking this place in, one of the hallways comes like a little, like, well, not little, an oversized and you all actually like Toto is the one that sort of like tips you off to all of this. Is like Toto like and kind of like starts putting the actually getting more into like stance, and out of one of the passageways just pads in this oversized, fat, striped cat thing, right? Like, imagine a palace cat, but about 2 times bigger, a little bit chunkier, and more of a human face. And like an even more animated, like cartoonish face, just kind of like comes like padding in and stops and sees Toto hissing at them, and just like, and starts to like grin a little bit. And as they do, they're like everything just kind of starts to fade away. Vassal, what do you do?
I mean, I put a hand out, I think, to just comfort Toto and say, easy. We're guests here.
Basically the smile and the eyes are kind of all that you can kind of see now, and it just starts to like curve around away, and is like, I see you too have come to meet you are new guests in the Queen's domain.
Ooh, it talks.
Oh yeah. It's got this kind of syrupy, languid voice.
Um,
Well met.
yeah. Does anybody else want to take this? Otherwise,
What did the
Like-
was the last
social
thing that the
mores
Cheshire
with the
Cat
Fae?
say?
That seems like more Owena's domain.
yeah, it seems like an
Yeah,
Owena
good-
vassal move right now.
Yeah. What was the last thing the Palace Cat said?
Oh, it just said well met.
Well met. We are on our way to speak with the Blossom Queen.
And it like does a little circle, like twist around, and then you can kind of tell that it's like sitting down on its tail, and like the face kind of pops up a little bit. And it starts to fade back into view. You have you received an invitation too.
In the way,
And its paws on the ground go like,
And what did you receive an invitation for?
it like,
Or is this where you live?
it like kind of gets up and gives you a kind of arch look as it starts to pad out towards the exits that you know leads like deeper into the actual domain. Like the same that everyone did. She called us for the raid. And I want to just remind everyone that raid does not necessarily mean RAID. A fairy raid is also a term for a procession.
Okay.
So whether or not you know that, feel free to,
This is a great time for the light bearer to maybe start speaking where he shouldn't. And Karna like pokes his head behind Owena, who has been helming this conversation, just goes, "What sort of a raid?"
You say this to him. Okay.
Karna's asking. He doesn't know what a raid is.
Yeah. And it like sort of stomps and looks at you more curiously. Why? The message did not say. The message did not say, of course, but one can presume that she wishes to show off her newfound child, and it starts to like slink away into the hall.
Fabulous. Would this be, as Morkant kind of quietly listens to this explanation from the gigantic cat, can I make a know things about this? Sounds, the way it's discussed sounds like this is an event that happens more than once. It is a concept that the Fae are aware of, so it may have been chronicled before.
Absolutely.
So I'd like to try and see if I remember anything about it. It might even be in the record that we found in the chambers of the Chronicle. There we go.
Yeah, go ahead and roll it.
I have an int of +2, so hopefully never punished. Oh, absolutely. That is an 11 on the dice, +2 intelligence for a 13.
Nice. Yeah, you like, it's an arcane word, right? A raid, an RADE, but it basically is a time when the Fae like basically do a processional from one domain to another, or one place to another. But it is kind of a combination of party and show off and like political to do. But it goes through the real world, or at least the ones that you have heard of course, go through the real world. So that I think would be probably the interesting part, right? Just explaining what it is. As far as the useful part, well, I mean, I think the useful part is actually related to the fact that it goes from a place to a place in the real world,
Yes.
right? So
if the cat hasn't like vanished, or that maybe the opportunity has gone, but in the kind of like, do you happen to know where the raid is? We know where we're starting, but we don't actually quite remember where we're supposed to be ending up today.
The cat sort of like turns and looks at all of you with these kind of like his eyes just sort of like get a little bit bigger, and then he starts to fade again around all except for his like eyes and his mouth. You can actually kind of sort of see it frown, right, in that very palace cat way, and goes, I think perhaps you did not get an invitation.
Or perhaps we are just playing a little game. Do you not like the game?
Its tail is just like patting on the ground.
Oh boy. Ooh.
The most fashionable of guests arrive late, and hey, you have a little bit of gossip that nobody else does.
It like and turns, like squints at you, and then turns and slinks off. Or not slinks, but just like pads off. Well, actually, you can't tell. Its face turns away from you, and you can no longer see it. You have a big
single-faced vertices. Love that.
I would already like to, like, I understand it is disappearing, and I understand that it is a fake creature, but I would like to try to follow this thing also, too.
Okay.
I will probably not be leaning on sight very much to do so, but,
Yep. I don't think you guys really have any, like, if the rest, well, Vassal is moving to follow it. Do the rest of you go with them?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm terrified to be left alone.
Okay. Vassal, can you do me a favor and roll me a d6 and a d12, please?
3 and 4.
The 3 was the d6?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you kind of like make your way down this hallway, right? And to start, at least, it's more of that kind of luminant white marble, and it is difficult to tell when exactly that has changed, but soon you find yourselves in a like a limestone cave. And you're like again, there's sort of like a luminescence to the whole thing, kind of watercolor veins of crystal all up and down the caves. And just to be clear, is everyone here familiar with what a limestone cave ends up looking like the stalactites, stalagmites, all the kind of moisture and everything? Okay, so it's a sizable room, and it just sort of like grows out. And as you are following, like, Vassal, I think you're probably like just hearing the faintest little footfalls of the thing as it's moving on. And soon you are not able to hear that, because you realize that what you are hearing is a like you are starting to hear the murmur of a crowd, and that kind of quickly leads to music, and you find yourselves entering into this vast cavern that is full of like light, but also people, and it's like a ballroom basically, except that it's in this kind of wet cave. And in the middle of the like on a like flowstone, right, like a protrusion of the rock kind of coming out of one of the walls, which sort of forms a stage effectively. There are a trio of extremely like long-limbed fluid fae that are doing a combination of like it's absolutely mesmerizing, just like the dance that they are doing, which it borders on contortion and acrobatics, and just this like fluidity of all the just all of this movement of multiple people almost acting as one, and like where their limbs end and their torso begins is almost like difficult to tell. It's just whoa. And there are this little band of like, at first you think they may be rodents, but they are like little, maybe they're bats, maybe they are people, they're kind of somewhere in between, but they're kind of like sitting at the base or like around the base of the stage, and they're all blowing on some kind of wind instrument to make the noise, like the piping noise that all of this is dancing is happening to. And the rest of the chamber is just filled, well, not filled, but like sparsely filled with various fae looking bored as shit. Like they're utterly unimpressed by what is easily the most impressive physical performance any of you have ever seen.
That's very much.
The Blossom Queen loves revelry.
Carta catches themselves like staring a little too long and feeling parts of their old self like reemerging and like tapping very quietly against the base of his palm, and then goes, Shan't be distracted.
Morkan is in your ear, Connor. In Soto, like, this room is large and filled with light and sound, and yet there's still a feel to have to be under our voices, lest whatever or whoever hear. Connor, I get the impression from my research and what we're seeing here is that actually being able to do as they do, or at least understand how they revel, is something that could be quite useful. Well, I wouldn't want you to go and fall back into old habits again. I'm going to see if I can listen in, learn a little bit of what they're gossiping about, learn some truths.
Gotcha. So you want to like kind of mingle about, or like make your way through listening to what people are saying, and yeah, it sounds like you are seeking insight.
And to talk a little bit about our equipment load.
Oh, sure.
Because I think it is relevant here. I'll call shot in advance for it being a normal load of 4 to 6 inventory slots. I would like the performance outfit I used during the celebration at the public house, like the draggy version of a priestess of Aratus. I have that on hand.
Lovely. But you're not wearing it, but you have it in your gear.
Not just yet. We're in our regular digs. Table question before I lock that in as a decision. It feels like disguises feels like a very arbitrary idea, but also they are probably very aware of what mortals normally wear.
It's true. It's very true.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a disguise or more just she'll like something gaudy, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, things that Stonetop's known for.
I mean, we established that Stonetop, being a very queer town with a draggy culture in the celebration, probably everybody has something that's a little bit nice. They don't wear it on the day-to-day. You don't want to get it muddy, but I feel that most people have one or two. The Iron Age equivalent of a freakum dress somewhere on hand.
Yeah. I also imagine like we're hearing a lot of like exaggerated features, which is like an element of like drag culture also too. Like so there is like I do think there's a level at which it would seem natural and very native to the type of appearance that a lot of the some of the fae are engaging in also too anyway. So like I do think it feels good and natural, like in this
Yeah,
situation.
let's look
especially.
into that decision then.
Yeah, let's
Either
lock it in.
either it was something that apparently Morcant was wearing the entire time once we got to the clearing to go in, like he changed, or in the kind of like interstitial is wandering these hallways. He was like, hold on one moment. But he's in the drag of Aratus outfit.
Actually, I would like to propose that at some point you have the thought, "Oh, I should change," and you look down and you have
and
already
it's
changed.
just true.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
love
love,
it.
that.
Oh, that's really sick.
Okay. We are seeking insight here to go and hear some of the gossip, see what they're chatting about.
That sounds good to me.
Fabulous. My wisdom is just 1. But it could be -1, you know? So, like...
It's true. It could have been a -1 instead.
That's a +2 to a -1. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That is 8 on the die. With 1 to push it to a 9. Do I need to push this to a 10? What do I get for a 10?
It's one question.
You get to ask
3 questions.
Yeah, you get to ask one more. Yeah.
I'm happy with it being a 7 to 9.
Okay. What question would you like to ask?
The question I truly want to ask is, what are they gossiping about while bored, and trying to think about the best thing that we can...
Sure.
Control. Most valuable. What should I be on the look? Let's frame that as, what should I be on the lookout for as I am going around and just kind of like overhearing these conversations?
Okay. So I think you pick up 2 kind of pieces of information, 2 potential risks. One, so some of the folks here, you get the impression, are, if not regulars, they actually like dwell here. And others are guests. They clearly have been like called here from elsewhere and have started to arrive. And there is, like, between both of them, the locals, like the ones that are here, the ones that are newfound, like are guests, they're all kind of like asking about like, what bee has she gotten in her bonnet this time? Like, what exactly is she up to? And there's a very like there's very much a, we are obligated to be here, but we don't really want to be here because this is, just yet another one of this woman's crazy schemes and whims, combined with an actual like fear of offending her from the people that dwell here. Like, they are very much like, yes, but needs must. And like, they're very much like looking around, making sure that they are not being like seen or overheard by someone.
Juicy.
I think we see Vassal is largely just disappearing into the crowd also too. I think feels actually far more comfortable here than they do even around other people. Like, there's a mixed group of folks, to the point where like this feels, I think, more natural than Vassal would have assumed they would have felt. However, I will say it's made easier by the fact that Toto is 100% moved towards the music and is starting to dance around. 100%. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
That's
Yep,
so
yep,
cute.
yep.
Just out of curiosity, are there any people in here who look like forest folk?
Yes. So as you are kind of looking, like staying on the outside or on the edges, watching Toto kind of like get in there and start like dancing, or like at the dancers, basically. You have plenty of time to just sort of like take this in. And not only are there some forest folk here, you are realizing that like a fair number of the people here, especially kind of as Morkant is kind of figuring this out, I think you're figuring out sort of the same thing. A number of the locals, right, the people that dwell here, are forest folk. So we established that the forest folk all tend to wear masks or otherwise like adorn themselves with bits of wood.
They have branch and wood on their bodies. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think here it's not that they are wearing branch or wood, it's that like it's more seamless than like it truly is merged with their flesh.
Okay.
Here. Related, Vessel, how is your mask different now that you're like you don't necessarily notice it. You can if you want, but how do we perceive your mask as being different?
My mask has just been like over the last few weeks reset for spring. It is bright and it is vibrant, and it is like fresh because it is a little cultivated face garden. There's a sallowness to all of their living elements, I think, also too. And sallowness meaning just like it is the result of being underground. Like it is like, not quite enough light has reached these branches in order for them to truly flourish. And I don't think they look unhealthy, but it's almost like mine has bloomed into spring and theirs has not had enough of that spring sunshine to really burst forth yet.
So you're saying like for the forest folk that theirs is very like sallow.
Yeah.
Or okay, gotcha. So you like yours is kind of like and I'm gonna actually like take it a step further and be like, since you've been in here, like the magic of this place is such that the mask is like fully actually like in color and bloom, right?
Yeah.
Whereas theirs has a kind of pale look to it, and all of the forest folk like they all seem thinner than you recall, and just kind of like almost so in some cases drooping.
I'm happy to make a roll for insight, but I'm hoping I maybe can just write on my free what has happened here recently from that move that lets me ask a question on a miss. So we're not, but I'm happy to make a roll. But can I use that to get a sense of? You said they are dwelling down here. Does it seem like they have been here for a while, or just that they have? Like, is this space a space where they live, or is this a party area near where they are from?
I gotcha. So you're talking about the forest folk.
Correct.
Got I mean, I think between the Old Mother's Wine and simply just like context, right? And kind of and not even so much riding on the tracking that you did of like following the guy. I think that it is just it's fairly clear just from like watching them and listening to them that like the forest folk that you are seeing here are inhabitants. Like they dwell here.
Okay.
And they are like I think they probably make comments along the lines of like yes, well earlier this happened and this and blah. Oh no, we haven't, who knows when the last raid was, and I haven't been out of here since blah blah blah. Yep. Looking forward.
Getting that sense of timing is what I was looking for. So that's great.
Yeah. Okay. And actually, I think Owena, you see not Dobry, but there is another forest folk who you recognize. And we'll say it is, let's say Ivka, Ivka.
Okay. Do I recall seeing Ivka here before?
Ooh, I think the answer to that is probably yes. Though you did not remember it until you saw them.
Mm-hmm. Good. Owena is having fun. Fun remembering things. Is this does also Owena remember, was she present at the last raid for that the Blossom Queen threw?
Okay, this is going to be a no things roll.
Yes. Yay. Ba, ba, ba. Dope. That's a 11.
An 11. Okay.
Yes.
So we will say that you were not present at the last raid. You've recall hearing like, oh, there was a raid, such and such time ago, but it was
Like
well
11
before.
years ago?
Well, time is effing weird down here. And so
True.
like any sort of like, oh, 11 years ago doesn't really quite work. But you did get the sense that like there was okay, interesting and useful. So you know that there was a raid that was supposed to happen around 10 to 15 years ago, right? Like a while back. And you know that something went wrong. And the raid was basically scuttled. Like it did not actually end up happening. And the queen was in an absolute furor for, like weeks, months, years, who knows how long, until she eventually just sort of like forgot to be angry about it and sank into one of her funks.
Do I know, or because I'm well versed in this is about the Fae and their strange ways.
Hmm?
I'm gonna ask a follow-up question. What
Of
was
course.
the raid for? The last one?
It was the plan was to take the child to see their father, to take the child to see his new father.
His new father. No name for the child at all?
Oh, yeah, we know who the fit is.
I know. Just double checking. I'm just double checking.
More importantly, the BQ is dating again? Okay.
You gotta get out there again. What the hell happened to Wayne, though?
But I do think that, yeah, so one other detail that I will throw in is that you recall, like, as you are remembering this, I think, like, if this were the Prestige television, right, we'd be getting flashbacks. And, like, you are recalling, like, a conversation, I think, with Ivka, right, who kind of, like, confided in you that, like, oh, yeah, the last time that this happened, such and such, and she was in an absolute furor. I don't remember how many people she sent to the Briar, or how many of us, or many of us she cast into the Briar.
What's the Briar?
No, that I think that's a question for later. Karna.
I could probably make some guesses as to what that includes and entails. And
It sounds
It's
fun.
super. It's a ball pit. It's a
Yeah.
ball pit where everyone's having a great time.
Everyone's
a wonderful
just happy.
time. Yep.
Karna, you find yourself like Morkant. You actually kind of find yourself almost alone, right? Like Morkant has like wandered around into there's like mingling around, just sort of making their rounds. Vessel has kind of almost vanished, right? Is just like
Classic Vessel.
Maybe you can find them, maybe not. I think Owena is probably like heading towards Ivka. I mean, maybe you can tell me if that's if you think otherwise. But if at the very least she is kind of having a like zone out moment as she is pondering her memories. And your comment about like tapping your foot and seeing the like the dancing, I think you are in like before you realize it, you're about halfway to the stage.
Oh God.
And like finding yourself swaying with the to the music. And like kind of out of nowhere, like let me just think here. A woman, man, entity, right? Like kind of steps out of the crowd, and like they are like kind of like tall and like elegant, just with like their hair kind of flows off of their head in this just like bright red, like crimson and gold and white kind of flowing, just the most like one of the most striking people that you've ever seen, with kind of just this palish green skin and these like eyes that just kind of like flare crimson. And like they see you kind of like later as you are moving forward, they kind of like just grab your hand and start pulling you into a dance.
I guess I'm dancing.
All right.
I think like Karna in this moment is just like old habits are beginning to like bleed through these old memories of partying in Lagos and like being the prodigal son, right, of this merchant, and being a party boy, essentially being a party boy.
Sure.
And seeing this like there's a moment where Karna's just kind of like, oh, that wine my tolerance must have dropped tremendously. And that's when they're like pulled into this dance by this incredibly striking person, and Karna is just like, oh, I'm dancing with like a beautiful entity, like just objectively beautiful entity. And I think this is where instinct pulls rather than than anything else. It just goes, hello, hi, you're striking.
Karna game is at least consistent. That's
yeah. Doesn't matter what realm, doesn't matter what kind of
though,
minor arcana juju we drink.
Daihu
risk is the same.
Okay.
The Lord taught me honesty, and honest I shall be.
Yeah. You certainly are. Okay, so I think that they just sort of like smile, this kind of like brilliant smile, and like an entirely too like forward kind of like, you know, move and like pressing in is like, ooh, as are you, young man, and just like fingers, you know, like you know, right down the cheek, hand on the chest, very like.
I think Karna will try his level best to dance with this person, and they just kind of like, I'm really flattered. I really should be direct and honest here. I do. There is someone that I am seeing. And
they're not here, are they? You know,
I would be surprised if they were.
I would like you to defy danger with charisma. The danger here is offending a fae.
I have 0 to my charisma, everybody. I just need you all to know this before I. All right, where's my defy danger? There you are. Wonderful.
Don't let your partner stop you from finding your spouse.
I am a servant of the Lord. That's a 7.
Hey, you know, that's all right. That's all right. We're
It's 7. It's a 7. We're at a 7. We're good.
All right.
Is this? Have we divide? I think we divide danger maybe on the first session. It's been a while.
It's been a hot second. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the only defy danger that we've done has been Owena hiding in a bush from her. You know,
Yeah, real high stakes defy danger.
Listen, Luella is always on the warpath when it comes to Owena.
Sure.
Honestly, Fey Entity, Luella, same level of danger to me, I think.
All right. So on a 7 to 9, the GM will offer you a lesser success, a cost, or a consequence, or a
These
chance
two.
to back down, or possibly a choice between them, or a chance to back down.
Lay it into me, Jeremy.
I think that you have to choose. You have to either promise them another dance at a later time, right?
Okay.
Like maybe not actively say like, oh yes, I promise you, but just like offhandedly, you accidentally have to be like, perhaps at another time, and it is taken as a promise that you will dance with them later. Or you have to keep dancing with them, you basically end up having like kind of losing yourself into the dance for an indefinite period of time.
Because I do still want to talk to them. I do still
Dance
want
now,
to talk
no
to them.
consequences later.
Dance now, no consequences later. I'll keep dancing.
Okay.
And I think Karna kind of like leans into the dance here and just says, there's a moment where Karna, I think like remembers we're dealing with Faye here. And in a moment of inspiration here, it's just kind of like, I don't mean to offend. I still would like to keep dancing. I must admit, I don't really know very much about this place or about the Blossom Queen or what I'm even meant to be doing.
Well, I'll lead, and they proceed to take you on a whirl. All right, so that's happening. Morkant, let me kind of zoom out. I'd like to kind of get at a high level what everyone else's intent or what everyone's intentions are at this point. So I know Karna, you would like to like get information out of this person.
Oh yes. Yes.
Morkant.
Yeah. I want to get the general gossip between all of these board individuals to either have some leverage and to speak to a new person, or if they're so thoroughly upset by the current act, put on a different one.
The current act, put on a different one. You mean like you would like to replace the act?
Oh. If it comes to it, we have a routine prepared. We've seen it before.
Yeah,
but it requires knowing truths about people to be able to do so.
Interesting. Okay, so gather information and then get up, like put yourself on the stage. Okay, awesome. Vassal, what are you thinking about doing?
I think there are kind of two. I mean, I think Vassal has enough of a sense of what's happening to know, like, Tomas will make themselves readily available. Having not talked to Owena, there is a level of, like, is Owain here somewhere, right? Like, I think they are keeping an ear out for that. They're keeping an ear out for a little bit more about what happened to the forest folk. Like, they're just kind of stalking the room, essentially. The other thing that since we have moved through a path, we are now in another natural space, correct? Like, this is, though there are Fae here, this space is in our world, correct?
Hard to say.
Yeah. I think there is a passing, and I'm not expecting a ton of information on this, but this would be where Vassal's mind is going. Like, are there limestone caves in the Great Forest? Right? Like, yes, if so, where might this be? Are the kind of the background thing? So really, largely it is a sense of just taking in information and seeking insight for the most part. But like background for any of that.
Got it. And specifically, you're kind of looking for where might we actually be, and the other one was
is Owain around?
Okay.
And how did the forest folk come to be here? Did they just walk here, or is there something else afoot that's caused them to be here?
Yep. Okay, got it. So those are the kind of pieces of information you're trying to glean, and you're doing that by sort of just taking in the surroundings, listening to people. Okay, cool. And then Owena, what's your objective or your plan here?
Can we see the Blossom Queen? Does Owena
No,
see?
she is not here.
No, she's not here yet. Any of the other big fae here?
I think not yet. Though you do recognize, I will give you a couple of fae that you recognize. You recognize. I think like as you are taking all of this in through one of like the other kind of entrances to this chamber, there is a tall woman that looks like she's made like imagine a willow tree that is made like kind of at the end of winter or sorry at the end of fall where like all of the like the catkins and the kind of like the draping leaves are all kind of like brown and withered, like that's her hair, and her limbs are just these like long woody gnarled things, and she is keeping at like kind of to the shadows, and there's just like moths like flitting about all around her. You recognize this
Auntie Sal?
as Auntie Sallow. And so she is coming and like entering and getting a bit of a wide berth from like everybody else. So like she's the only like of the named fae that I gave you earlier that you recognize as being here.
Okay, cool.
And so what were you like, what's your kind of object or your intention?
Ooh, I was really hoping the crown stag could be there and be like, "Hi, you owe me a favor. Like you owe me a big one."
Sure.
But
okay, I mean, like, do you want to like ask around, see if he's coming?
that would be great. Ivka, maybe you could be the person I asked.
Okay.
This person's coming.
Got it. Okay, go to Ivka, find out what you can about like is the stag queen or the crown stag coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who else is in attendance? Because the blush of Dawn being in attendance would also be really bad for Owena.
Okay. Cool. So let's start with Morkant. And I think as far as like getting information, right? Like, pardon me if I'm misreading your intention here, but I like. I would rather not come up with like dozens of pieces of information about the.
Yeah, no, we can specify.
Yeah.
The bit of gossip that I guess Morkant would probably be trying to fish for is knowing that some of these people are not from here and have traveled in and are kvetching about it. Who is bitching about being here and also people do not like?
Oh, and like who doesn't like who, that kind of thing?
Yeah. Basically, it's finding the right person to read that makes it funny. So it's kind of like, this smug son of a bitch showed up late, no gift, and is complaining about being here. Oh my god! And I'm just like listening in and writing notes down.
Got it. All right. You know what? I will just give you this.
Sure. Thank you.
So the big one that everyone is complaining about everyone is complaining about just the Blossom Queen in general. Just
absolutely.
Like, we fucking have to be here. God damn it. And then, the people who live here, like, yeah, tell me about it. But they aren't here yet, or he isn't here yet. But the one that regularly people are like, oh, do you think he's going to show up? I don't know. Like, that'd be kind of like he's always a bit of a dick when he does show up and blah, blah, blah. Like that. The one that people are worried about showing up is the Winter Bear.
The Winter Bear.
Yeah. Or the Bear of Winter. They, like, I think most of them just call him the Bear. But there is a genuine concern about what will happen when that fucker shows up. Combination of like you get the sense of rude, throws his weight around, and dangerous as all fuck.
I'm gonna make this man so upset.
All right, so you're kind of like gathering that information. Let's see here, Vassal. Let's go with you. Could you do a? I think this is going to be a seek insight.
It's a 13.
13. Okay, cool. All right. So like look at the questions and ask them, but feel free to like tell me, hey, I'm like this is what I'm fishing for.
Yeah. I think so we're looking specifically at the questions. I think I mean, what here is useful or valuable to me, I think, is probably the closest we're looking for at a Vessel is trying to put together the people who have vanished, who he has spent his life in, or they have spent their life in part looking for, who were part of this procession of raids, right? Or people from the villages having been brought down here for other reasons also too, I think is kind of what I'm fishing for with the what is useful or valuable to me here.
Okay, cool. I would like to answer that one last.
Okay. And then I think what happened here is probably best for how did the forest folk come to be here?
Sure.
Is the other one.
Okay. And for that one, let me like kind of answer that one. Are you willing to talk to people, or are you just sort of like hanging back and trying to just eavesdrop?
Maybe we've already established Vessel feels more comfortable here, and the mode of Fae is social, like so, like from a stalking and like mindset standpoint. I think Vessel is far more willing to engage in conversation here than he normally would be otherwise. So I'll say, yeah, I think that it is probably light. It is probably guarded, but there are definitely like taps into conversation. Absolutely.
Sure. Okay. I mean, I think what ends up probably happening then is you spot a Fae forest folk that you knew, right? And they seem to be like, they are well dressed, as like you know, they have the kind of like glamorous apparel about them. You know? They are talking with other Fae, and I think maybe they actually like see you lurking about, and like make some excuses and disengage and like make their way to you, and like effectively say like, it is a long time, Vassal. Please tell me that you have not been in that you did not accept the lady's invitation.
We arrived without invitation, but are here nevertheless.
There's a, I think from that point they kind of like proceed to just engage you in conversation and sort of ask how you've been, find out what your story is. You can tell that that they're dancing around something, like, and it makes you kind of think about what Owena said about not being able to speak of the Blossom Queen. But they seem to be very hesitant to say anything negative about the Blossom Queen correctly. But the impression, or effectively what you learn after that conversation, is they basically she got it in her bonnet that she needed to rebuild. She needed a court, right? And that like enough Fae and enough beings had sort of like bled away from it, that like she wanted to make herself feel good again and surround herself with things, and started just plucking forest folk out, and eventually just grabbed all of them. And I think you get the impression that there is like one of the Fae one of the forest folk made a mistake. Oh yes, specifically, one of the forest folk made the mistake of like basically volunteering or like accepting the invitation on behalf of the community, and that like didn't realize that they were making a promise for all of them and putting all of them in there in the lady's debt, and then they got sucked in.
Before I use a question on this, that would imply that those who stay versus those return, the primary determinant factor is, do they accept the invitation to stay?
That seems to be part of it.
Okay. Then I would like to use another use of what's useful or valuable here to see if I can pull out another part of it.
Yeah.
Like, why do some people come back?
We could also rephrase that as what should I be on the lookout for?
What should I be on the lookout for? Yeah.
Avoid doing. Yeah. So I think twofold. One, yes, you should definitely avoid like accepting her invitation, her hospitality, her like offers for, you to come and stay. Unless extremely carefully like phrased and guarded and yada, yada, yada. But also, once again, they mention being cast into the briar. So like ideally avoid her attention, but also definitely avoid her ire and avoid like putting yourself in her debt and like accepting her invitation.
Okay. And then the third one is the first one.
Yeah. And I think for that one, what ends up happening is kind of two things simultaneously. One, there is a bit of commotion towards like the entrance that you guys came through. And in that commotion starts with a cold wind. And it is follow like everyone in the room just kind of like gets quiet and shuts down, and they start like looking around, and the conversation stops. And it's not even fanfare. It's just like a cold wind blows in. There's a little bit of the breath on the air, or like everyone starts to kind of feel like see the breath in their breath in the air, and a series of grim looking fae and
Whoa.
Is that you, Jeremy?
Yes.
Is that an Amber Alert?
No, a tornado warning.
A tornado warning?
Oh.
Well,
that feels like an appropriate tone for
that is the
Queen
fear
fanfare.
fair that comes in.
That's the fear fair for the winter bear.
Are you okay? Do you need to?
I need to. Let's take a quick break.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Whether or not I need to get into a basement.
All right.
Okay.
We'll be. Some of us will be back in 5 minutes, no matter what.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll see what happens after that.
See you in a bit.
Hey, everybody, we're going to take a slightly extended break. Hear that as like 10 minutes, not as 5 minutes, and we will be right back to keep on playing. And we'll see you in a minute. And we are back with hatches battened down. For some of us, we're going to keep on playing as long as we can. But if Jeremy's weather gets worse, we will stop suddenly and figure out when we're going to finish another time. So, with that said, Jeremy, do you want to take us back to the cold wind blowing?
Yep. So we were having a thunderstorm rolling outside of my house right now, or out of my window is particularly good. So the party had kind of like split out around this cavern where there's a bunch of Fey visitors and residents and and forest folk residents all mingling about. Karna has been swept up into a dance with a beautiful fire-haired entity. Morkant is basically like moving around, gossiping, and getting the dirt on the winter bear. The Vassal is talking to an old friend from the forest folk and kind of like learning what happened to get them here. And Owena has been kind of like similarly taking all of this in and had not yet started to act, but was looking for like the crown stag or other Fae that she might know. Well, one of the Fae that you are at least aware of is arriving, and the cold wind is blowing. A troop of fur-clad, grim-looking Fae are kind of like leading ahead of this, just sort of like icy weather phenomenon, and coming around the corner is this like shadow of a great big lumbering bear rolling around the shadow of this, and you're not even sure where the light's coming from that's casting this, but it's a very distinct like bear shadow lumbering forward. And then around the corner just comes this large old gray-haired burly man, just scarred and grizzled, and like, but clearly just decked in finery and furs and jingling with jewels and whatnot, but a very much an old warrior, not a courtesan. And he comes stomping around the corner with his entourage, and everyone is, sort of already on edge at this guy showing up. All right. Owena, in case it's not obvious, this is the Bear of Winter, who you may
or the Blush of Dawn.
So that is all happening, and then Vassal, I still owed you a question,
Correct.
which is what here is useful or valuable to me, specifically related to, like finding the other Fae or finding the other people from Stonetop who had disappeared. And to that, I am going to say that, like, as the bear arrives, you notice something that you hadn't noticed before, which is a series of Fae that are clearly not guests and not like hosts, but servants. And they had been making themselves scarce and like not really standing out, but like as the bear is arriving, you see them kind of like run out a couple of different entrances, and like a couple of them, one that you just sort of like strikes you as like courtier, or someone dressed pretty goes like heading down one main chamber, but like a number of them go out this kind of like smaller, less obvious chamber, and they are clearly like servants, right? And you would not have like your eyes just would not have set on that like side passage without seeing this.
Okay.
All right. All right, Owena, you saw Auntie Sallow kind of show up. The bear is arriving. Everyone around is kind of waiting to see the bear's entrance and see what they do, or how he and his entourage behaves. What do you do?
Could I go talk to Ivka, perhaps?
Okay. So you're gonna like take this as an opportunity to like grab Ivka and kind of like pull them aside and start having a
Yes.
conversation with them.
Yeah, in lieu of being able to see Dobry, we'll go for Ivka.
Sure.
I'm feeling.
There's very much actually when Ivka sees you, she gets this kind of like sad look. It's like, oh, I see you've been brought back in, or she has ensnared you again.
Owenna just puts a finger to the lips and is like, I drank some wine and came here. I'm not invited. And I came
There's like that kind of facial. It's like, then, what brings you? So actually, she's like, oh, you've come for the child. He's one of yours.
He is. But so we came. I'm sorry, I don't quite recall the last time we spoke. I have vague recollections, but
The mind is as fickle. The mind is a slippery fish.
especially fickle as is the Blossom Queen's face.
Indeed. Now, she kind of like leans in and like like looks left, looks right. Like, your mind is clear for now. So I will tell you what I have not told you before. Your brother is here. He has slipped free, but cannot leave. She has forgotten him.
Okay.
Look for him in the empty places. And then she like turns and gets like beams and like goes and starts to like greet members of the bear's entourage. All right. Before Morcant, we give you your opportunity to like take the stage, if you want to. I would like to, because I think that Karna would have had an opportunity to like get some information from the person that they were dancing with. And
ooh, because while I do want to do the stage bit, it's also in a kind of like, oh, if it requires to create a distraction or change the energy of the room. And right now we're here to kind of find stuff out, and we're definitely learning things with the bear wandering in.
Okay.
If you still, depending on whether you still want to have a conversation with your dance partner, Kana, Morcant might slip in and then be like, are you willing to in the kind of like formal training from Marsh Edge, how to at a dance kind of insert yourself to kind of
Karna, so a slight addendum as everything has panned out that I'd like to do with this dance partner is sorry, random dog barks scared me. I would like to potentially like I mean, even as the like bear's entourage comes and leans in and goes, why did all of the air leave the room?
They kind of like harumph and are just like, huh, the bear always making an the bear's entrances are always so overstated. Come, let's find a place a little more private. And they start to like pull you aside.
like Carter's like, that's fine, and like is still like gazing over the bear to figure out what's going on, and will follow.
Okay. And Morgan, if you like want to say that, like, you see Owena kind of like talking to one of the people, like one of the forest folk, and then be left aside, if you want to like touch base with them, that
yeah, it doesn't need to be a big in thing moment or like a dialogue moment. I think Morcant manages to find an abandoned goblet, so not one that's full of whatever they're drinking.
Okay.
Fills it up with water from his own water skin, and I'm more than happy to go and mark that on my inventory for if need be. And then kind of with glass in hand, so I'm clearly obviously here, I've been served, sidle up to Owena and the conversation with Ivka. and kind of makes a kind of like nod of a hello, a clear recognition of who Owena is, kind of thing.
All right. So we've got the bear is here, right?
Mhm.
The two of you can like share any information under your breath that you would like to at this point.
Absolutely. We are both up to date with the latest gossip
Yeah.
now.
Ivka has like kind of led the procession to like welcome the bear to and his entourage. There's a fair amount of like formalities that are going on back and forth. The bear kind of just like grumps at this and like makes their way over to a table full of like delicate, foods and delicacies and everything, and just says something to the effect of your queen always puts on a good spread, at least, and just start you.
I'm assuming Toto's in their outlet. Like I look over at Toto. Who may have found a snack at this point in time, and is just probably have. I mean, I don't know how the Fae are treating Toto. I imagine.
Oh, I think they're delighted.
Yeah. This is something actually new, probably, I would assume, and like there's this feathered drake here all of a sudden dancing around. So yeah, I mean, Toto seems into it, so I think they're fine where they're at.
Yeah, you've got a beautiful feathered drake that is likes to show off. Yeah, I think they're in their element.
Yeah.
I think actually what you find is that there is a fae that is like basically dancing with Toto and like making it like doing tricks, feeding him, or like feeding him bits of food and whatnot.
Yeah.
It does occur to you that like they might try and take your dinosaur.
I understand that that's a risk. I think
Okay.
there are plenty of people who would love to have taken Toto before, and like Toto knows where consistent care and food and attention comes from, and I think has probably not been in a Fae situation before, but has been in a I've been fed treats by somebody else,
Sure.
and so I'm banking on that. I've never had to deal with a Fae. I don't think that Vassal would be too concerned in any way, shape, or form about that.
Cool. Okay. So you are heading out down basically out the servants' passage. I think Owena and Morkant, the two of you might very well like notice as Vassal like leaves. Like kind of see them slipping out. And shortly after that happened, like maybe as you are about to do something, there is yet another like and like another kind of like entourage showing up, and this time that it's like a call, like a horn being blown coming down the tunnel. And this, we'll kind of cut to the chase. It's the stag, the crown stag. It's sort of like trooping in with their own entourage of like well-dressed, noble bearing, like beautiful lords and lady type stuff. Fae just kind of like moving in. And the crown stag themselves is this tall, lean, just absolutely graceful, dashing figure with, of course, the horns, like the kind of golden antlers coming off of them. Just kind of almost like a flat face but just like sharp, incredibly sharp, like cheekbones, this aquiline nose, a mouth that is just like a perfect line. They look like an anime character, basically, right? And they're just like,
Very Bishinen.
Yeah. And just like filling the room with their presence, and just all the people kind of like paying attention to them. Graceful and gracious to everyone that they're meeting, like bowing lower than you possibly could imagine to even humble people. and yeah, they are here as well. And I think the two of you catch like a little bit of like, glaring and like a glare and a nod, like a head nod, California head nod from the bear to the stag.
Oh, they hate each other.
I mean, to love it. I'm kidding.
I mean, hey, we don't know until we ask. It does Ivka return to her position after having introduced the bear earlier?
If you would like to speak with it, like resume talking to Ivka, you certainly can.
Yeah, I think Morkant, having kind of like politely introduced himself and being like, I'm friends with Owena, I'm not a stranger, I'm here to help, kind of sidles up over, again, glass with water in hand, or mug with water in hand, not having drunk it. There seems to be a little bit of animosity between the bear, the winter bear and the crowned stag.
Well, they are opposite seasons, basically.
Of course, but sometimes you can pass in the night and leave a peaceful relationship, or you can leave scars for the others to find,
The rivalries, says Ivka. Long and old ones.
I see.
If you, I presume, she kind of like looks you up and down. You know how it is when two large fish are in a pond. I think she probably uses some other metaphor, but gets the idea of they are two big players, and they are going to have a past with each other.
Absolutely. Okay. To that end, and actually, there's a question I wanted to ask, and the Cheshire Cat was not inclined to give, but Ivka might. Once this banquet is through and the raid begins in earnest, where in the real world do we intend to visit?
Ivka kind of frowns a little bit and says, the queen has never been clear about the destiny, or about where we are to be, where we are headed, but we all assume that it's wherever she stashed poor old Tom.
Which is not a name that Morkant knows, but definitely Owena does.
Oh, actually, no, it is a name that Morkant knows because Owena shared all of that stuff.
Right, this has been, yes. I guess while we're in conspiratorial mode, Morkant is quite open to Owena. I was thinking it might be a little difficult to do a way of spiriting away Tomas while the raid is in process, but if there is a period of time where they are in the mortal realm, being able to keep him there as the procession moves on seemed like an easier point of removal. But if we don't know where that is, it might be wiser to take him before the parade starts.
That is probably true.
We can't be fully lost in reveries here. We have to actually think of an end goal.
Oh, I would never get lost in the revelry here.
I think actually that, if you don't mind, I would love to cut to Karna and the figure who have been
Not me.
And said figure has actually pulled you into a side chamber and is being very friendly. And I think
I'm flying too close to the sun. I'm Icarus.
You're vaguely aware of some footsteps passing in the hallway, and maybe you look and they're like, no, and kind of guide your cheek back to them, or your face back to them with the hand on your cheek. And Vessel, you enter this hallway and find Karna basically getting groped, and not groped, but very friendly propositioned with this fire-headed entity.
I mean, does Karna seem into it? I think is the real question here.
It's not that. So, Karna is here with an end goal. It seems it is wild to anybody
Got a
else.
game
but Karna.
plan.
He's got a game plan. He's got a game plan from the Sun God, and the game plan for the Sun God is, as this Fey entity is propositioning him and flirting with him. Karna, I think at this point, when they turn their cheek towards them, Karna turns to this person and just kind of goes, you know, everything here is just bright and beautiful, fantastical. There's a point in my life where this would have been every single thing I've ever wanted. But but life took a different turn. Does that happen for you all too? That the questions of, I mean, I saw the most fantastical dance I've ever seen, and everyone seemed so bored. And you found fascination in, and he like gestures to himself, because as far as he's concerned, he's just a far more subdued version of his past self. It's like a mere mortal.
They just sort of like, there was probably something like, this could have all been all that I had ever asked for, and they're like, oh, I could show you some even more that you could have never imagined. But then you kind of keep going. And I think there is a moment where they pause and just sort of like put a hand right on your chest and say, the flame that burns within you is just fascinating. I would also like to point out you're very close to this person, and they are making a lot.
I was gonna ask. The reason why Karna said that is because I wanted to use the all is illuminated move, so that I can get more out of this Fey entity. So for folks who have missed the previous episodes, I used this move before. When you look closely on another and see their soul laid bare, roll with wisdom. So if I do well, I get to ask questions. But we'll see if I do well. Boop. I do. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Got a 10.
Awesome.
Let's go.
Nice.
All right. So I get to ask a question from the list below, as well as, and what will make them feel loved, beautiful, or worthy? The question that I would like to ask this fantasy is, what hope have they abandoned?
Oh, interesting. Do you happen to have a D12 handy?
I will get one. There it is. I have a D12 handy right now. All right. Let's roll. It bounced out. 3.
Okay. And then can you roll it again?
Oh, God.
Oh, no. This is fine.
1.
Okay.
Is it fine?
Is it fine? I don't know, Jeremy.
All right.
Last time you said this was
you're
fine,
looking
we had
on
a
their
snake.
skull, and what hope have they abandoned? Right? Is sort of like the question that you're asking. All right. I think that you see their past and you see their origin, right? Like we peel back and we see their life as a tender of a garden, right? And like they had it, like you see them in this impossibly lush, like flowering greenhouse garden, like cascading with the most exotic, wonderful like flowers and blooms and whatnot. And like you just get this sense of contentment from them of that garden. And like it's not just the work of like fingers in the soil and potting the plants and watering them, but there's like a song that is being sung, and you can hear the song of the garden and the harmony of all of the spirits of the plants, and they're all in this together. And then fire and ash and like salt and the earth boiling and blackness, and all of that just sort of like all of their work, all of the beauty, all of the harmony that they had created just turning to ash. And the realization that like not and like the kind of anger that boiled up from there, and you see flashes of like war and conflict, and then after that you find them like sitting at a like a plot of land and trying and it's growing, but it lacks the splendor, it lacks the beauty that it had before, and there's just this like anger kind of welling up within them again. And then like this time you see that it's them like setting fire to all of the plants that they've grown. Does that answer your question?
Oh yeah, it sure does. Oh, that sure does. And the second question, which is, of course, what would make them feel loved, beautiful, or worthy?
Someone pulling the anger and poison out of them and letting them grow. like bringing them back to that yeah. Does that...
Well, oh yeah, and for everyone, I can sure do that. Karna looks at this fey entity and just says, I lost people who are very precious to me to a fire. I know what it is like to be in desperation, to live as if there is no direction, to feel purposeless. You talk about the fire in me. Well, the good news is that this is something I can share. This is not something you're bored with. This isn't something that is unique to me. This is something I can share with you. When this fire in me is my purpose, it's realizing that as flawed and as terrible and as horrifically dark everything is around us, there's always light. The sun will rise again. There's still hope. There's still a seed that will bloom one day. All things will be made right. And you can also be made whole again. I would like to use Soul on Fire, but this isn't technically a group, is it?
It's not a group,
This
but
is
I
one
think
person.
like a persuade certainly
Persuade,
work
I
here.
love to. I'm an ally. Like we
Yep.
don't need to do this weird pretense and lie on the surface level of things. We can actually connect to be allies now, I think is what Karna is trying to persuade this person.
Is it that, or are you trying to convince them? Like, is it deeper? Is it like that you are trying to convince them that like they can set aside their hatred and that they can set aside
absolutely.
their hatred? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right. Charisma. Ugh. Let's go, charisma. Hey, Borkat.
Oh, yeah.
You got that reason?
Borkat.
What
I rolled a
number are we
6.
at here?
I rolled a
6,
6.
okay.
Just a little push.
To ask, what are the stakes for failure here on this persuade?
Oh. So like I would be leaning towards them basically like angering and insulting this extremely angry fae.
Yep.
Because I don't want the jig to be up. That would be make completing what we're trying to do very difficult. So I can spend one of the two to push that to a 7.
Thank you,
sure.
friend. I was like, this is terrible.
Yeah, I know. I just double checked. Since I only have 2, I'm like, I need to double check whether it's
No,
hey,
you are
we
so
lose
valid.
face,
Thank
or,
you for my life.
we're, but hell yeah.
Thank you for
absolutely.
my life.
All right. So with that said, all right. So they will reveal how you could convince them, but it will be costly, difficult, or distasteful. I think you see like this kind of like that, like the moment of hope, right? Kind of like wells up within them. And then you see like it start to fade away. And just like that sense of someone is offering me something beautiful, but I am not worthy of it. I am not able to have it. And you realize that like in order, like you think you can do this, but it's a project. It's a project.
It's a project.
Right? It will take time and it will take multiple conversations. It's not a simple, it's like it will take a friendship and like an ongoing kind of relationship with this person, with the Fae.
I got something delicious for you.
Okay.
I got something so good. I got something so delicious for you. Let me look at what I look like. Let me look at what I look like and see what I can do over here. Our wonderful art, by the way, is what I'm looking at. Yeah, let's do it. I think you see, kind of like realizes this is a project. His mind, falls back to Luella, and he takes the staff, and there's that spear at the top of the staff, which is just a piece of wood that's just been polished to a sphere and then set on top of the staff. And I think you see Karna kind of like sit there and he goes, one moment, and he will pull that sphere out and hold it out to the Fae. I feel like I remember a friend of mine telling me that if you were to have effects of immortals like myself, you'd be able to find me again. Find me again. And let's speak more.
And there is a moment, like you can see them like look down at this thing you are offering them, a gift, like something you are just trying to give them. And there is a like a wariness in their eyes. And
I am not like you.
And they then kind of look up like, you give this to me freely as an invitation with no debt or obligation incurred.
No debt or obligation. That is not how friendships work.
They look like you know they're kind of doing the same, like, you know, looking on your soul, and there's no wariness there, right? They're still very kind of concerned, like looking, it's like, and they're actually doing what I'm doing, right? They're like, come with me, and they pull you aside or pull you away down
again.
The third location. Yeah, go ahead.
First location, second location, third location.
Vassal,
I think Vassal. As soon as Vassal saw, like, I think, like, as soon as the like soul on fire or the illuminated moment happens, like where Vassal sees like Karna kind of taking control of it, I think Vassal's like, fine. like this is a equitable interaction. Karna seems in control enough. Like, I don't need it. So has probably already moved past.
Got it. That's what I was gonna ask. Right?
Vassal's like, that's a lot of yaoi for one day.
Okay. So Vassal, you find yourself heading down like these like less cared for tunnels. And the glamour on these is threadbare and like half-hearted at best. So it's just dusty and dirt and like roots pulling in. You realize that you're no longer in like a cavern. This actually is like worked stone.
Okay.
But whether or not it's real worked stone or just glamored, it's, you know, like kind of fading in and out. but these are definitely like kind of long, winding, branching passages as you are kind of following the servants. Is your goal here to follow the servants wherever they were going, or is your goal here to explore?
I mean, yes, but yeah, I mean, I am following them as a means of exploration. So if I see something that seems more interesting than following them, like Vassal will take the time, but I don't know where I'm going and they do. And so
Right.
if I want to stay on track, it seems better to follow them forward than anything else.
Gotcha. And you do have like a tracking move, right?
Yeah. I am expert tracker.
Okay. Can you invoke that for us?
Greatest hunter in multiple generations. Come on. That is a 9. Which let me go look at the move. Miro board. Expert tracker. When you seek insight by searching or studying for signs left by passing creatures, you can ask what happened here recently for free, even on a 6-. When you follow a creature's trail, roll plus wisdom. On a 7+, you follow it to a significant change of terrain or activity. On a 10+, you may ask the GM a reasonable question about your query and get a useful answer.
Okay. So, and you get a 9, right? So
I got a
7
9,
to 9.
yeah.
Okay. So, you found you like we said, like it's a series of twisting, winding tunnels. A lesser tracker, someone with a better sense of direction, would feel paranoid at like getting lost in all of this. But you're like, nope, I got a mental map. I'm fine. But you definitely are like noticing as you're going that there's a lot of dust, and there are a number of passages that you're going past that are not like disturbed particularly much, like have a lot more dust, a lot more buildup. And this path is a fairly like frequently taken one. And you eventually find yourself in a it opens up into a larger chamber that you realize is basically like a larder and a kitchen. And there are a number of forest folk, and a number of fae, all of which wearing very like simple garments and like honestly fairly threadbare stuff, just sort of like milling about, making these like piling up just this like enormous amounts of food and drink and all of this excessive stuff. And it's weird because you realize that they are like half of the food is not even real, right? They're like gathering up acorns, and like as they are plating it, it's becoming these like beautiful fruits, right? Like ripe golden fruits. And as they are like, you're pretty sure that is a like a mole, or a vole that they've they've got like just a bunch of little tiny like burrowing animals that they're pulling off, and they're becoming just like slabs of beef and all of these kind of magical kind of creations on what is in fact very mean food. And they all look just tired and miserable and a little bit scared. And then they all turn and look at you as you like kind of find yourself in the doorway, and they're just like, and then one of the forest folk says, Nassel?
Do I recognize them? I mean, besides just generally, like, are they?
Yeah. I think
not.
they do.
It's not Dobry who's like all of a sudden like, hey, it's me.
Correct.
Gotcha. Don't let me stop you. You seem quite busy. Do you need a hand?
There's like a little like looking back and forth between all of them, and the like one of the kind of like small gnarled looking gnomish guy like Faye just sort of goes like, and like nods to the forest folk that made eye contact or that said your name. And they all get back to work, and the forest folk is like, no, and that like comes over and like, what are you doing here?
Well, we've come for the raid. We've come for the child.
You seek to rescue the child.
Amongst others. I didn't realize this is where y'all had gone.
Were you foolish enough to accept her invitation?
We received no invitation. I received no invitation, at least. I guess I can't speak for everyone.
So you're here of your own free will. And they like look at you, look deep into your eyes. It's like, can you see through?
And I like the acorns and the like, and just start, pointing at what things actually are.
Yeah. And then they get like a little bit of a smile to their face. So you are here, you are free.
Yes.
Would you free us all?
If you are here with, against your will, I would love for you to be free once again.
And he like leans in. Seek the briar. Release the Green Lord. Or sorry, Seek the briar. Find its heart. Free the Green Lord. All right, let's cut back to the ballroom.
All right.
Yeah. So you've got like, what do you guys want to do?
I think it's dramatic irony in the world of things of like Morkant's been thinking about, okay, how are we going to get an opportunity to even try and extract this kid? He's not here. He is clearly being held somewhere else, and nobody here is going to be necessarily leaving until the Blossom Queen shows up for this parade. Once she is here, it's going to be harder to kind of do any kind of like deceptions and things like that. So if there's really going to be a big move made so we can move, it might be closer to now or never. I don't want to wait too late and lose the opportunity. So if the rest of the table will allow me to do something potentially endangering to party, this is always above table, a thing that I always struggle with in games like this, being like, I'm going to make a big swing, and if it goes badly, it puts other people in danger, not just me. But okay,
I'm already on record in chat that I trust both Morkant and you to read this room right.
I think in this lull, or the kind of like seeing the various attendees being quite bored of the performances, at some point Morkant has like moved up to the band of little humanoid rodents. I mark in my inventory my scribe's tools and notebook. And I have in the very simple style of music sheets that would be available at this, which would be mostly just rhythm points rather than scales, give them a little sheet of paper. We're committing all the way. We're using all of our load. I'm going to mark, instead of having whiskey, it is the truth alcohol that
the bitter
that the
herb.
Church of Aratus use for keeping records, and then also part of this kind of cultural performance across. And when there is the opportunity to do so, when the trio of dancer, contortionist, acrobats are done with their little set, to like a single golf clap of applause from some fae in the audience.
Good.
Wiggles up there in the drag outfit and is kind of like counts the rodent orchestra in. And
I would just like to throw a little detail of like, you give the little papers or like the sheet music to the orchestra, and like the band leader's like there's just like high pitched squeaking noise, and then like, and
Perfect. Yes. Love this. I'm not going to freestyle a thing off the dome. I'm not a freestyle rapper, but the general gist of it is, as part of the Blossom Queen's receiving party, I tell a tale of truth spread among voices. Names are withheld to protect the innocent, but if you know, you know. And it highlights that on a previous, somebody who knows the Winter Bear has suggested that the anger and consumption and tone that he takes is overcompensating for his manhood after a dalliance fell aside. A real world piece of knowledge for you, which I've done across these episodes, and it's a very funny thing to do now. There is this is a fact checked thing. I can't remember whether this is a piece of fiction or a real thing, but a court jester once insulted the manhood or virility of a king and could not be executed because if the king executed him, it would be verifying that the thing was true.
Right.
So this is an outrageous assertion to make. They don't know that I've drunk truth serum, so I'm not lying. But
well, do you like say that you have drunk truth serums?
God, no.
Oh, okay.
No, this needs to be ambiguous. If it's definitely true, then he'll kill me on the spot.
No. All right. Okay. So there's the stuff that definitely happens, right? Which is, I think that as you proceed up onto the stage, there's definitely a moment of like, oh, what is this from everybody? Yeah, it's new, it's different, it's immortal, and so everyone's a little like, well, what are they gonna do? And what is, and then, so, okay, square this with me. Like it seemed like you were presenting yourself or framing yourself as being like a representative of the fate of the Blossom Queen.
Yeah, in a kind of like, next up as part of the Blossom Queen's receiving dinner party, a tale woven together by members of the audience tonight.
So I guess the question I have about that is with your Veritas.
Yes, I suppose that would count as a half truth or omission.
Yeah. What you just said. What you said the first time was probably not true. What you just said was just noting that it is part of the receiving party, which by doing this becomes true. Like it is a part of it. You are. But
not this is the kind of dalliancing around of the. This is where the lawyering comes in, right? Where it's like, well, this is part of the performance. Is this planned? I didn't say that. Did the Blossom Queen organize this? I didn't say that. But if you need me to say something specifically true to play within the rules of this, I think we can forego that part and leave it implicit and just say, hey.
I don't have a problem with what you've said. Like, I think you can easily get that into the truth. But my big question is, are you violating the whatchamacallit, the truth or consequences when you lie
about being able to roll against I'm willing to say that especially in exchange of this being able to happen, if I have to make a roll against the Winter Bear, I do so at disadvantage. I think that's fair.
Okay, cool. All right. So you are not technically lying, but you are setting yourself up as like you are implying that you are part of this the Blossom Queen's welcoming entourage, and then you are actively insulting the Winter
yeah, this is a piece of horrendous gossip.
Yeah,
suggested and truthfully said that this is informed by members of the audience. If you know who they are, you know who they are. So he'll be like, who said this?
So it seems like what you are trying to do here is cause a conflict, right? Like
absolutely,
goad the Winter King into like making a scene, causing conflict, etc. All right. So I don't think that there is any question as to whether or not you can goad them into causing a conflict, right? That's going to happen.
Whether I die as a result of this is yes.
the danger is whether you are part you are specifically singled out as the source of their ire, or if it is like directed at everyone else.
Absolutely.
So this feels to me like defying danger with charisma, not a persuade. And you will be rolling with disadvantage because of the truth or consequence.
Right. Okay. That is fine. Because it's rolling the additional die, and then I drop the highest of my two original.
Yep.
That puts me at 5, which, because I now only have 1 point on Chronicle or Stonetop rather than 2, means I can't actually increase that to a success. So I guess I die here.
I wouldn't say that you die, but you are
Now
going
you'd be so easy. Jeremy's going to do something so much worse to us.
I mean, to be honest, I haven't said anything about any of y'all. This is a distraction that all of you can take opportunity of to actually do the job. I'm just trying to push the circumstances along.
Yeah.
Oh, you have succeeded on that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's go. I'll receive the punishment of doing this, Dalliance. This was the risk, as long as they get to do the thing.
Yep.
Don't forget to mark experience.
Of course.
for however long you have it.
All right. So you definitely mark XP. You definitely create a distraction. Like simply the beginning of this, as you start to do your performance, every eye is on you. And I think the when you kind of like drop the bit about the bears, like compensating for the loss of loss of his manhood, or the failure of his manhood, there's just this like absolute silent pause in the room, followed by the crown stag bellow laughing. Just like, and then like, a round of laughter, just sort of like spreading out from that. And then before you can get yourself off the stage, there is just like this, like every, the air around you just suddenly, it's like one moment of your breath kind of like wafting out in front of you, and then this crackling noise of ice just like forming around your feet, and then before you can
there's a knowing that this recompense was probably going to happen, there's a glance to the side. I think Ueno's still in the room, even if Connor and Vessel aren't.
Yeah.
In a kind
An
of like
unfortunate witness to this.
No, this is fine. It's clear that Morkan expected that this is likely and is like looking at you to be like, well, go on, get the fuck out of here. As he looks at the winter bear as the ice kind of encases his ankles, preventing him from moving. Well, I wasn't expecting this chilly of a reception.
So, like, just to be clear, the ice covering your ankles, like, you say that, you get that line out, and then the ice is like, all around you. Like,
hell yeah, turn me into an ice cube.
Encased in ice. You're going to be taking 1d12 plus 5 damage.
Hell yeah. No. Does this kill the crab? No. How much health do
you have like 20, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Am I rolling my own damage?
What do you have 20? How do you have 20 and I have 16? What the hell?
The judge is a tank.
The judge is built for combat. I didn't build this job for I did not build this judge for combat, but hey. I'm sorry, Rita, am I rolling that d12? I'm happy to.
Yes, yeah. You roll your own damage.
Sick. That is 8 plus 5 for 13.
Okay, so you've taken 13 damage from this. You are encased in ice. You are not immediately suffering debilities, but it's not. This is gonna suck real fast.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Oena, what do you do to take advantage of this distraction that Morkant has created for you?
Oh, boy. Oh, Crown Stag is laughing though. I was gonna go. I was hoping I could ask him where the briar is or where empty spaces might be found. I might just
So I
book
think
it.
I suspect that you would know that
I would know.
he wouldn't know
Mm.
where the briar is, right? Like or that he would be like not the ideal person to do it. In fact, would you like to know things about
Yes.
any of that? Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The answer is, do you want to know things? Is going to be yes. Always. Okay. Yeah. Hell yeah. 10.
10?
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So let's see here. I think that you would know that one, definitely like a visitor to the place is not going to know where the briar is.
Mm-hmm.
The people that you would want to talk to about where the briar was, or like that would show you to the briar, would be the resident fae and the resident forest folk.
Mm-hmm.
And you suspect that that would be the what's it like, well, I mean, like Ivka, right, would definitely know, but also like any of the servants or any of the fae. But like if you wanted someone to get you there, that would be probably the person to ask.
Pull Ivka into some like alcove, I guess, and be like, "Can you show me the way to the briar?"
She gets this kind of like kind of panicky look of like looking around like she has responsibilities here, and then as you kind of like ask that and she's looking around, I think that's when Morkant like drops the like
chilly reception.
well, yeah, not even before the chilly reception, right? Like
Mhm.
I think you start to drop like making it clear that you're going to go after the bear at this point, and like everyone's looking at you, and like Ivka kind of looks at you, looks back, and like come, and kind of like quick like darts down a passageway with you.
Yep, running.
Okay. All right. So Karna, you are being led to like by this we're gonna call them Fire Blossom from this point forward.
Hell yeah, Fire Blossom. Let's do it.
So Fire Blossom is kind of taking you through hallways that are like they've taken you out of this sort of decrepit, like empty side passage and into like a nicer one, a larger one. It's decorated with, like let's say the walls are covered with petrified vines, kind of growing in this like actually kind of like defining the wall, right? And there are still living flowers like growing out of the petrified vines. There's a kind of like buzz of insect hum as you're going, and just like this wash of pastel. And throughout all of it, like every so often, you'll just catch a glimpse out of it of like the truth underneath it, which is just this like raw dirt, like dirty and just sort of like manually carved or hand carved passageways, almost like a giant anthill, right?
Yeah.
And overlaid with this otherworldly beauty. And eventually, like after a few twists and turns of this, where you are positive you would get lost trying to find your way back, they bring you to the like kind of just outside of a room, and or like to a yeah, like an archway. And the archway itself is just like spilling out with all manner of like golden, like pastel light just kind of like flowing out of it. And you're just kind of around the corner from the entrance, and they are just like, wait here. And like make to be quiet, push you.
Yeah,
Actually, they like gently push you up against the wall and like
yes.
and they like slip inside, and you hear kind of like you hear voices, and there's a sharp voice that you can't quite make out what it's saying, but there's a very sharp voice, and then some like your new friend kind of like in a placating tone saying something kind of quietly, and then like another kind of sharp response, and around the corner and in just a little bit after that comes the Fire Blossom, followed by a tall, older, stately woman with dark hair and white, or with dark skin and white hair, wearing the robes of of Stonetop, and on her forehead is the mark of the light bearer. And she comes around the corner, and her eyes just light up when she sees you.
Lady
And
Fatima.
she like looks back over her shoulder and like goes like this, and then proceeds to grab you by the hand, and like the three of you like make your way down a little passage and like into a side room. And like once you're kind of like out of the sight of everything, she just like grabs you by the shoulders, puts her hand like her hands on your cheeks, and then just like pulls you into this great hug.
My lady, I feel like I've known you for a lifetime. Why are you here? Why have you not returned?
She steps back and says, "Was the only way to save a soul from to save a foolish girl from the village. You got my letters, I see. Or you
All of them. I think.
Good enough."
But listen, there's my lady. There's, as you must know, there's a Stonetop boy here.
Yes, he's in the other room. The lady brought him. She's preparing them to bring to her husband, who is a monster. They will surely not survive, any of them, if this raid is allowed to happen.
Oh, okay. All right. I suppose it is too much to hope that the lady would leave the child alone for a handful of moments.
Seems unlikely, but it happened before, I understand. There's another child here. No, I understand. It has happened before. There's another child here. His name is Owain. He was brought similarly in other in your time. It must have been years ago. It's so hard to tell. But he escaped when her attention was drawn away. He's still here, but she has forgotten him. Her mind has moved on. That is perhaps the best that we can hope for.
Okay. And I think in this moment, Karna kind of like is processing all this information and just looks at above table. Owena, you never told me your brother's name, right?
I think
Do I
you've
know
heard
that?
Owain though. You definitely
Have I heard?
Didn't Luella say something? She was like, "Oh, just like what happened to Owain." Like
this is not a secret or a revelation.
Yeah, okay.
Like everyone in town would have it. Like at some point, Karna, someone would have been like, "Oh, you've heard about Owain?" Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I just needed to make
who was
sure.
that guy? The blacksmith being like, "Hey, yo, I got some details about this guy."
Oh my god, it's so funny. Perhaps they're both the key. And I think Karna like looks over to Lady Fatima. If she has forgotten him, do you know where he would linger? Where he frequents?
He tends to haunt the small tunnel, or the servant tunnels, and one can often find him in the kitchens, but also, like, I believe he takes food to his parents in the Briar.
We are such a distance away from
Excuse
there.
me?
I think hearing that, kind of like dismisses it from his mind. That I must rely the rest of my friends for that. What if the queen covets this place? She covets how beautiful this place is. What if I were to? What is her favorite room here? What is a place that she spent so much time preparing? If I were to influence what it looks like, that she had to tend to it, disguise it, shapeshift it again, we could take the child.
She gets a.
What I would like to do is like find a place and use cold light of day.
Yes. Yeah. No, I see exactly what you're doing. And she gets a thoughtful look on her face and is like, the throne room is her. She just kind of gestures back to where they came from. The throne room is her place of, or like the throne room is basically where she. Her heart and her joy, or what joy she has is bound up and in the throne room. But that would certainly not draw her away. It would simply draw her ire to you before she is often there. But when the when the procession is about to begin, if you were to unleash, or if you were to do it then, she would be embarrassed in front of all her noble guests. Her wrath would be extreme and unbounded, but her attention would be fixed.
A terrible, terrible gamble that must be done. Okay.
And she actually said, did she looks to you and says, and she like puts her hand up and like on your chest and says, if one of us is to make a sacrifice, it is to be me.
Lady, you have been here for far too long. There's no need to talk about sacrifice. We will all leave here.
I cannot leave here. It has been how many centuries or how many decades since you have left, or in your time. If I were to leave, I would crumble to dust.
And Karna like looks at her, and there's this like boyish sadness that just covers his face. He just says, "But I just met you. I was supposed to have you."
She smiles and says, "Oh, actually, no."
Oh,
you know what she does? She like puts her hand on your cheek. She pulls up your eyes and she looks into your eyes.
Oh, no, she's using your move on you. How does it feel to be on the other end of the racket?
not the Uno reverse card.
And I'm just going to skip to the end question.
Yeah.
What would make Karna feel loved, beautiful, or worthy?
To know that every insecurity, fear, and anxiety is natural, and that regardless of what he thinks, he is ready.
Okay. I think what happens then is that she like kind of looks into your eyes and you sort of like feel that warmth and that sense of being seen, right? That of just like being truly seen. And it's the most vulnerable feeling that you've ever probably experienced. And she smiles and says, "Oh, sweet boy. I wasn't ready either." And then she like steps back and says, "You see to the child and to anyone else that you can. Guide them safely free." All right. And then let's cut to Vassal.
Yeah.
All right. So you've been given kind of some directions or some direction. do you want more information, or do you have a plan of action?
I mean, I think, and we've already queued this up a little bit. So, I mean, he would certainly ask after missing people to these folks also too.
Yeah.
Specifically, like away in Tomas. I don't like. I think Vassal has figured out like Tomas is going to be presented and is not just going to be readily available. But we do know that Owain is in the wind, generally speaking, along with a number of other people. Owain is the only one we don't know exactly where is. So if they do, that's the piece of information he's after that particularly matters.
Okay. So what I think so you basically are like asking your friend, like, where can I find the boy?
We're going to find,
yeah. Okay. He basically gives you like a similar tale to what Fatima just gave Karna, right? Is that he's often like comes back between the kitchen, which is where you're at, and the whatchamacallit, the Briar, and especially with all the people around now, they suspect that he is either that he is hiding in the Briar, or that he is spying on the festivities.
Can I use mental map to think back if I saw somebody who might be a older Owain in the festivities?
I mean, you absolutely can use mental map to think back on and seek insight on every place you've been. Okay. Right? That's one of the things that the move lets you do.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll seek insight.
So that is going to be a 9.
9. Okay. So, and then what question would you like to ask?
Thinking back about the reverie. Oh, and I also, like, he was living in these, it wouldn't matter. There wouldn't be enough detail for that. I was going to say he was probably living in one of these side rooms that I walked past. Thinking back and thinking about how I would surveil the space if I wanted to not be seen. Do I think is there a way I think I might have like passed over Owain without knowing who they were as I look back through kind of my mind?
Gotcha. Just sort of like a what here is not what it appears.
What here is not what it appears to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, yes. I think what you. Oh. I think I have the answer for you. One of the servants that you saw like duck out and head down these tunnels, that was like, now that you think about it, it wasn't a grown-up Owain. That was Owain.
Owain, still
young, and in a like the garbs of a fae, like in the guise of a fae. And I will give you a bonus since you are thinking back to like what you saw, what happened here recently. Well, there actually was a side path that you saw a couple of small footprints like going down that you did not necessarily think at the time was anything.
Okay.
But you realize now it was someone carefully skirting, like stepping in old, or like in spots that hadn't accumulated dust.
Gotcha. That, I mean, I'll also ask them how to get to the Briar informationally. Yeah. And then I'll make my way back.
Okay. So you're making your way back to the ballroom, or you're making your way to the Briar?
I don't think I don't think Vessel is foolhardy enough to go to the Briar alone.
Well, conveniently, I think you encounter Owena and Ivka, like on your way back. You encounter them.
Okay.
And it happens to be basically on the like halfway to the Briar anyway.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean that is unfortunately for what makes the most sense. That is probably enough for Vasil to feel confident in just going to the Briar.
Fair
Um,
enough.
but I think like excitedly grabs Owain and is like, I saw Owain.
You saw him?
Yes. Also, your I think your parents are here.
What?
They said that he takes food to his parents.
What? Owena's like clenching her jaw and unclenching it. We're going to the Briar.
That's
uh,
yeah.
Is that-
I mean, I think there's essentially a let's go. Like,
what- just her face is just doing all kinds of things right now, all kinds of emotions. That is. This is a lot to process. I need to go out to the woods after this.
while we have the spotlight for a second,
Yeah.
I'm assuming this is all kind of happening while everything happening for Morkant, like getting froze
just
up,
chaos
Yeah.
breaking out in there.
and that was a pretty captivating moment in the main room. I think it's a good conversation to have. Like, Toto should not react to this, but probably will react to this because it is someone he knows, and if the person stops feeding him, will certainly do something.
Oh.
I think the question is, what do we think is most interesting for
Is
Toto?
the
And I know
raptor
that's a
gonna
me decision.
fucking lose it?
Yeah, but I'm not there to actually command them. So, I do think Morkant's on stage, has attention. Everyone is paying attention to you. So I think has hopped up on stage like near you also too. I don't know if you want to interact with Toto or not, or if you can even for that matter at this point.
I
in
am
time.
frozen in place, although I assume my kind of facial expression is still probably operant.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I think they are probably just slightly pecking at you then,
Yeah.
like not hard, but like they are essentially doing a check-in on
friendsicle.
you.
Okay.
Which I don't know that it does anything, but just wanted to establish narratively.
I actually like that, and I think that that's a decent transition back, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
So we find there's the blast of ice, and then Morkant, you're vaguely aware of what's happening outside of this room, right? Because, or like outside of the ice, because it's ice, you can kind of see through it. There is bedlam. The winter bear like froze you in ice and then proceeded to like, who said this? And starts like wandering around, making like accusations. And they are no longer a person. They are like, becoming this huge fucking bear dripped in ice, in like icicles hanging off of them. The whole like all around them is this just like air kind of snow and sleet just kind of like spinning around. Everyone's kind of like passing off, and the summer bear, or the crowned stag is just sort of like making a oh shit. I never let the cats out from downstairs. Okay. I'm gonna put the scene, and then I'm gonna go get my cats, and then we're gonna I'm gonna be a bad person. All right. So
They'll forgive you. It's all good. We can hold the fort down. We can vamp while you release the beasts.
But I do just want to like set the like offer up an opportunity, and that is, you got like you said, I did not expect such a chilly reception, and like the ice kind of came over, and I think you've got just enough air in your lungs to like kind of still do or say one thing now, even with the ice over you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily have a thing I want to say or do right now.
Okay.
Morkant's kind of like perspective here is like, even if it's a sacrifice to himself, as long as the others get to kind of save the people that need to be saved, it's worth it. If the Winter Bear does come back to like the Morkantsicle, Morkant with head like frozen, tilted upwards inside, kind of like is forced to, because their head is in this position, looks imperiously down their nose, and you see his smile get like wider, being like, "You're so mad." It got to you.
All right, I'm gonna go grab my cats.
Mhm.
Like back in 5 minutes.
See you in a moment.
Okay.
There are two wolves inside me. Is the Winter Bear Beartic from Pokemon or Volibear from League of Legends? Probably both.
I was literally thinking that. Oop, oop, I'm frozen.
We
Oh,
can see
no,
and
you're
hear you.
moving.
Hello, hello.
That's so
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah, I can hear you all, but
Mhm.
it looks like Chrome is crashing for me. That's super cute,
Ooh.
girly
Uh-oh.
pop.
As long as you keep the tab open, it should all be okay. Even if you disconnect and reconnect, the better.
Oh, there you are. You're sometimes it do be that way.
Well, while it's at the break, how are we doing, chat? Are we having a good time?
Yeah, the internet does seem to be having a day for a lot of people.
Yeah, the Twitch chat went down Twitch
Twitch went
stopped,
down a
started,
couple
stopped,
times.
started.
YouTube went down a couple times. The feed strength
Yeah.
shows is excellent. Everybody can still hear us right now, by the way, too. Just so you know.
Oh, they
Hi.
can hear us.
They can hear
Yeah,
us.
they can hear us. I was going to say, why don't we, Nathan? You had mentioned wanting to talk a little bit about City of Vespers. Let's.
Yeah.
let's get
This is
into
a
it.
good time for vamping. There is a big tabletop RPG that I'm currently working on called City of Vespers. It is a modern fantasy game where psychics form houses like ballroom houses or necromunda houses, if you're nasty like that, and go on like everyday adventures in their city. The crowdfunding for it is in September, but in a mixture of kind of like generating the energy for it and also appeasing my publisher. I'm doing ways of mentioning it whenever I can and so on and so forth. But the big thing at the moment is that I'm doing an art jam around it.
Oh, I love
miniature
that.
painting and kit
Ooh.
bashing is a really big thing that I enjoy and was like an inspiration for writing the game in the first place. And I was like, well, what if we did the thing where everybody got to talk about their miniature painting, kit bashing, and make cool art? I would enjoy that just as much as people playing the game. So if you're interested in joining the art jam, I posted a link to my Blue Sky and the doobly-doo with the big roll table list of various character options that you can either pick or roll for. And if you do choose to draw an OC or paint a miniature, if you put that on socials with a hashtag City of Espers RPG, I will see it and take lavish amounts of time to shout it out during September.
Drop me that link over on the Discord because we've got
Absolutely.
links restricted.
It got eaten but didn't tell me. I see.
Well, and
There
also
you
when
go.
I post it, it goes out to every platform we're streaming on instead of just Twitch.
Very true. Very
Very
true.
nice.
There we go. Off to the races. The cats are free. We are not.
I hope to be free.
I also
save everyone.
we didn't actually shout out the move. I have a question as Nathan is Morkant's getting frozen up. Would you consider the ice surrounding them a thing of supernatural chaos?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'm just
Yeah.
because theoretically, if you wanted to break out of this ice, you do.
Oh yeah.
You do have an
No,
option.
this makes sense. I think if I will wait. I think Morcat waits patiently for the Winter Bear to like be and you the guy who said this.
Sure, we'll do that, right? Like that moment happens. There is a fair amount of like chaos and blah 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 blah. And let's do this. There's a bit of a brawl between the Crown Stags people and the
Winter Bear's entourage.
the Winter Bear's entourage. and the bear, after just like smashing a few people around and just being like, who said this? They just sort of like turn and come like lumbering up to your frozen frame, and just like, who said this?
It doesn't matter who said it. It's the truth. And you know this deep down. When you speak the truth with conviction and candor, no one can doubt you. They might deny what you say, but in their hearts, they recognize the truth. And these are facts that have been delivered from and now back to him. This is a thing that now everybody knows.
So that's like the thing that you get out of your Okay.
And if you'll allow me to roll for striking, this counting is like a striking against his ego. I would be down to go and roll for hammer in the book. But even if this just kind of makes him have an ego death live on stage, that's sick for me too. That's also satisfying.
Ego death live on stage in the face, brilliant.
I think what like it's very quiet, right? Because you are still like encased in ice, so it's like really, he's kind of the only one that can see can hear it. And I think you see. I don't think that this counts as striking as a thing of supernatural chaos, but I think what does happen is it does, like, you do speak with truth and candor. He cannot deny it, and there's just this like, and just like, slashes out with this enormous paw at your frozen form.
Absolutely.
Now,
dealing
on
me
the downside,
hella damage, but breaks me out of the ice. Absolutely.
Right. On the plus side, you got hella armor from this, right? On the downside, you are getting swatted across the room.
Absolutely.
So I think what we're going to do this as is basically just a straight D12. So the ice is going to absorb the +5 part of it. Which is that more than you can take?
Yeah, that's 11, and I have 7
Well, I was going to say, can I spend loyalty to have Toto defend?
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not in the room, but I also, like, I'm happy to spend the mana currency either way.
Yeah. Interesting. Yes. I mean, it could cost Toto quite a bit.
It could cost Toto quite a bit.
Are you okay with Toto taking 11 damage? You don't have to be.
It doesn't have to be that Toto takes the damage, right?
That is true. There are a number of options that are on defend. Are we rolling this flat? Or are we
what tags does Toto have?
Toto has... and it's really funny because I just realized that I should have marked 3, and I did make sure I marked them before I did this move because I had only marked
Toto
1.
has immortal, best,
bestest,
unkillable. Yeah.
No, they do not. They don't have any that add additional. They have additional HP. They do not have additional armor. I do know, and then they have what have we got? Pack Hunter +4 HP. Damage is messy. 1 piercing.
Okay, so they've got the Pack Hunter, and then don't they have some standard tags that?
Standard tags are Fierce.
Okay,
is a standard tag for them. All the rest are hand grabby, like damage.
Yeah, so like for the attack, so they are Fierce and they're a Pack Hunter.
Yeah.
What do we think? Do Fierce and or Pack Hunter apply to defending someone?
Pack Hunter certainly, I think,
it does kind of feel like it would.
Yeah.
This
does feel like a fierce move, but I also like,
Yeah. All right. So for those of you following along at home, the reason I'm asking is that when you have a follower make a move that a player character would normally make, followers don't have stats like strength, dex, etc. So what we do is we look at their tags, and if they have a tag that applies, they get to roll +1. If they also have the exceptional tag, which he does not, then they would get a +2. And then if there's a tag that would like detriment or be detrimental for it, they end up rolling with disadvantage. So like Fierce and Pack Hunter, you could make an argument, I think, for either of those for them like getting in the way of this. So yeah, roll to defend with +1.
Well, that's going to be a 9.
Okay, that's 1 readiness. Which of the choices do you spend?
Well, I think here's the other question. Do you still have a diligence, or did you use it already?
I do still have a diligence.
Oh.
Which I think is probably, I'll spend that remaining point of diligence for Todo's big try.
Yeah.
Well,
and then
stop and think about what you would like. Look at the choices and stop and think about which ones you want. And like, if you want more than one, then that would be a time to spend the diligence.
I do think I want more than than one of these.
Okay.
I will go ahead and read them while they're on screen also too. When you take a defensive stance or jump in to protect others, roll plus con, or in this case, the stat we did. On a 10+, hold 3 readiness, or 4 if you have a shield. On a 7 to 9, hold 1 readiness, or 2 with shield. Spend your readiness 1 to 1 2. I think we do want to both suffer attacks, damage effects instead of your ward. I don't think this means that we don't want, like, that this won't crash into the ice and have an impact, but I do think, because I don't think Toto is substantial enough to stop the full force of this blow. But that's up to the GM also too. Half an attack's damage is also the thing we want to take. And then I think I could either strike back with the attacker. That doesn't seem like the actual move that we want. But draw all attention from your ward to yourself is actually what Toto internally is probably actually trying to affect.
Okay. Sorry. So the thing about intercepting the blow largely would mean, though, that like Morkant wouldn't get set free from the ice.
It's a good mechanical exploration to be like, what happens when you reach 0 HP? So
I guess the other thing is how much HP did you have left?
I have 7, and I am taking 11 damage.
And so having an attack's effect or damage does actually effectively let us distract. He doesn't hit you quite as hard, but still hits you. So maybe that is actually the better. Better move. You will not be doing well. And then I think drawing all attention. And I can still.
And you can hold it. You can just bank it.
Yeah.
Let's probably a good idea since I'm now drawing attention. Yeah. So fucking winter bear.
Toto versus the winter bear. We'll have attacks damage, draw attention from your order yourself, and then hold 1 readiness.
Gotcha.
Sick. I will spend that point of diligence to ensure you can do that. So is halving rounded up or down?
It does round up, right? So
gotcha. So that goes from 11 damage to 6 damage. I'm at 1 HP.
Love it. Okay, so I think what this probably ends up looking like in Toto, is that the bear like you deliver your sick burn. The bear just like rears up. Toto like doesn't like get in the way, but like leaps up on top of the block of ice and just like enough to make the bear like check its swing. And instead of it being a direct like smash into you, it's a like clip, and it sends you spinning and like landing and like the ice cracking all around. And Toto like jumps up off of it and like flapping and lands hissing at this bear that's like 8 times its mass, right? Just like, well, again, a bunch of bedlam pops out. So you have gone like, whoa, and land in a heap. You are like
soaked through aching
pain, like kind of shaking your head free. And I think we're gonna pause there, and then cut back to Darby and Vassal. So I like the two of you like kind of meet. If Ivka's like like you decide you're gonna go after the Briar, Ivka like make sure you know the directions and like I need to get back, especially as you are now hearing like the commotion like really starting coming from that direction. And the two of you head off down like seeking out the Briar. or do you need
Oh
to
yeah.
like?
No,
Okay.
no. Let's get out the briar. We can talk on the
Does
way.
it make more
Mm.
sense to go help? Sure. Are we just going to the Briar? Absolutely.
Okay.
Wait,
Owena's
do the
pretty
mission.
focused on the briar for some reason.
Yeah.
All right. So, twisting, turning caverns. You like, and Vassal, you have the distinct sense of going down, going down, going down. Right. You are, and it's darker the further down you go. And as you eventually you find yourself like coming out of this stone tunnel into a little like ledge that overlooks a pit and or like a large vast chamber. Oh, what do you have for a light at this point?
Go ahead.
I'll use. I have pretty much all undefined items for my inventory, so I could spend one for. Was there like a lamp or something as we were walking
There's
that we
both
could have
lamps and
snagged off a
torches
table
that
or
you can,
something?
Oh, like grab some light from one of
Yeah.
most of the I think most of the places that you've been in up to this point have just sort of had like ambient light,
Mm.
like kind of crystals
Like
in the walls
emanating
or
from the
like
wall,
the,
yeah.
the wall, So, you know what? Actually, I think this would be cool because we said that you went past those. Actually, you didn't, but we'll say that you did go past some places that had like the lights or the petrified vines with the flowers coming out of them, and so like you have grabbed a couple of those flowers that
Love
are
that.
glowing a little bit.
Sick.
It is dim light, right? It's like barely better than a candle or barely the light of a candle, but it's enough that you aren't like just running blind. And so you get this sense of this vast chamber in before you. And I think even before you get there, you start to like hear kind of like the whimpers and the like crying coming from from before you. And you realize as you are standing over this chamber and just sort of like looking down with like this faintest light, that what you are seeing is almost a hedge maze but nothing so like orderly as a hedge maze, just this mass of vine and thorn and twisting like stuff, and embedded in these briars are people.
Oh God. Any that I can recognize?
I mean, I think you will have to get down in
Yeah.
there
Oh,
to
boy.
be able to recognize anyone.
I think Owena not because Owain's not in the briar necessarily, but like putzing about.
Owain is in the Briar,
generally.
but not of the Briar.
Yeah. I think Owena is like looking around. Can I seek insight here and try and get a read on like, is there a way to untangle these briars from people or?
I mean, I think that still you would have to like get down in
I mean,
there.
I think
Okay.
we are,
Yeah,
generally
move.
speaking, we are descending. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will go ahead and like take time to, as much as I can, look at the structure of the Briar while we're above it. I know we only get a general sense in its low light and all the things, but Vassal will take time to try to note its structure as much as they can.
Gotcha. I mean, like you certainly could produce a light source. Like if you want to say, oh yeah, get a torch out and light it.
Yeah, I mean, are we close enough that a torch would be more
It
helpful?
would certainly help, right?
Okay. Then I will mark to pull out a torch.
Okay. This is just a little detail that's annoying, but I don't have it. Like, it's going to take some time for Vassal to get the torch lit because you couldn't bring any fucking flint with or
oh sure,
right, like the steel to go with the flint, right? So you have to like go to some old school like
it's wood. I've got wood on wood. Assuming that would there is no like, oh, like here's a stone with heavy iron content. It's also still a stone. It's also still iron, right?
Yep,
Like,
yep.
yeah. So yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay. So you are like, spending some time getting that like torch going. It is unnerving, right? To like hear all of that, like those kind of whimpers and cries happening from down within there. All right. So Karna, I think like you're largely waiting for your moment, right? To like
Yes.
kind of pop in there. But is there anything that you wanted to do in the meantime to like prepare or just get the lay of the land or what have you?
I would love to get the lay of the like if I can find or get a sense of where the boy is and get a sense of like how to get there and like because I don't want to be wasting time navigating there when I've
Yeah.
got to get him in and out, right? So I think that's what I'll be spending my time
So the
doing.
boy is very much like just in that room that
Okay,
you
he's
were
just in the
told
room.
to like stay out,
Okay.
like wait outside of where Lady Fatima was. That's the throne room. Um,
Perfect. Okay.
uh,
Makes sense. I can't use any fire to prepare for an invocation, so uh because fire here is a big problem, isn't it? I would not I'll be sticking out like a sore thumb.
oh, so like
Um
you're looking for, oh, I mean, like, are you gonna make a fire?
I was thinking of getting consecrated flame, because then if I need to do an invocation, I'll be ready.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense.
You
Oh,
know what?
no,
Oh, yes.
no.
Go
I
ahead.
just, like, it just dawned on me that Karna probably does not have the same sort of like experience of doing wood on wood to make a fire that Vassal does.
No,
So I'm
no,
sort of,
I do
Yeah.
not.
How long have you been light bearer for?
Less than a year.
Yeah, that's it.
Like official
Then
light bearer
probably.
Stonetop.
oh God. Okay, wait, hold on.
What about? Oh, good.
So you like set to like making a fire and like it's the crappy way that Vassal told you how to do it and you're just like having trouble with it. And
It's so
I
funny.
think your Fey friend like looks over you, like looks down at you, like watches you doing this, and is like watches you for a while, and is like looking out the back, like what? And like they just sort of sit down next to you, and you see their eyes just go as and it just bursts into flames.
Oh,
I was about to pitch it.
oh, thank you. What did we name them again? Fire Blossom. Thank you,
Yeah.
Fire Blossom. I was Karna had like set himself for it, but I would love to use my move Consecrated Flame. When you whisper words of consecration to a flame, the flame casts a holy light. So that is what I'm going to do.
Okay.
And it'll last for as long until the flame goes out or until I consecrate another flame, whichever comes first.
And are you doing this on a like an oil lantern or an oil lamp?
I was going.
Or...
I was going to do it on the little oil lamp, yeah, because
Okay.
I did not bring a torch.
Got it.
Specifically.
Okay, so that is good. However, when you consecrate the flame, I think Fire Blossom like recoils a little bit from it and just like
interesting
steps back kind of out of the site the site or like out of the immediate glare of it and is kind of holding their hand up.
I think Karna kind of like similarly to holding like the like little Indian oil lamps, Karna kind of like shelters the flame a little bit and says,
Sure.
"Fear not. I will not use this against you. We are friends after all. Yes."
They look down at the like the bead that you have given them, and they say, "Friends."
Friends.
And okay, so you've got your consecrated light. The Fatima has like sort of made her way back into the throne room where, and it said something about like I am expecting, like I can't be away for too long. She will be expecting me to be there. And then Morkant, you like kind of shake yourself off, and you see the bear like over this
Mhm.
plucky little dinosaur that has, just like is facing the thing down.
Mm.
What do you do?
Man, I don't know whether I necessarily have a lot of useful things here to try and distract him from doing that. Hmm. Oh, You know what? I think if we joked last session that the circlet that with the ice jewel that judges have is for mental clarity. It doesn't fire a laser or anything, but yet, if I may cast a little bit of Aratus magic in a way of trying to, because I don't have like a literal shield on hand. I guess I could spend the points to say I have one, but it really doesn't feel like a thing that Mork would carry. Also, it would probably be made of metal. But in moving to Todo's aid, Morkan gestures with a hand forward and what's the best way? I'm a little lost for words on what specifically I would like Morkan to say, but something to the effect of this is not your domain. As a even though you call yourself a force of chaos, but for here, order shall reign. In this space, he gestures to just like a little bubble around and says, order shall reign. And kind of like with a wave of order, still in melee range against this guy, because we've established that, to kind of like repel the storming icy chaos of the winter bear, to use the hammer in the book.
Okay. I do want to just remind you, you have 1 hit point.
I know.
Okay.
But what would you rather me do?
Oh,
Run
no,
away
no,
and
no.
leave Dodo to die?
I'm simply reminding you.
Yeah. I know what the stakes are here.
Okay.
At least this isn't a disadvantage because I've used that up on the truth or consequences, so we're back to flat. It is plus wisdom.
Okay.
Which is a +1, so we'll see what we do. That is a 6 total, so I do still fail.
Okay.
Such is the nature of doing lethal things. Tell me how I get turned into paste.
I'm so far away.
All right. So, sorry, I'm just looking up this thing's stats again.
It is terrible stats, right? It's like bad.
It's so tiny.
Let's keep the gravity of the situation with the fact that this is going to break really bad, because this is if I didn't want this to happen, I wouldn't have tried to fight the guy. So
yeah.
We're gonna come back without a judge again.
Not like this.
I mean, this is a great chance to pull out the ghost playbook, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. Wield the winter elements, take the stone, send a minion. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. The most likely thing here really does seem like he just fucks you up.
Yeah. This cleaves me in two. Absolutely.
Just absolutely. And like, even with Todo, it's basically like Todo still technically has the 1 readiness, right?
Yeah.
But like having it wouldn't come close to saving Morkan here. So like if you want to have Todo
die instead
of Morkan,
no.
So we can look at the follower
describe how I go out.
rules
To be
or the
honest,
player
this should be my
death
decision.
rules. But we've got to pick which one we want.
Right.
No, I mean, I Morkan has made it or Nathan has made their willingness for Morkan to die very clear, also too. So I don't think there's a we can narratively establish that Todo does something, but I don't think mechanically we're actually probably stopping anything.
I actually really like the idea that Todo just spends it to strike back at the bear right after.
I think that's actually probably fairly likely, but
okay. So this is a D12 plus 5 damage. It is forceful and messy. So like basically you get a giant bear claw like as you are saying, like order will.
And the swipe catches, like there's in the same way that the instances of judge or a magic from Aratus that Morkant has invoked before, this big spark of hexagons in the eyes like snowflakes. Like naturally forming crystals, and it holds. There is like a supernatural cold, crystalline but not cold force that holds back the force of the claw, and there is just the sound of creaking and shifting ice as this wall of hexagonal space cracks and bends and creaks, and Morkant has enough time to glance to the side and say to Todo, run, an exhale of air, run. You should probably find your master, or you'll probably die too. Crack, as we get just a rush of air and force, and the top half of Morkant is gone, and the remaining of the body from the waist down just limply falls to the floor.
Maybe not, right? Because you are at 0 hit points. Like you're not instantly dead necessarily.
True.
So you have just triggered the death's door move. So when you are, and I am going to go so far as to say that you are not torn in half, right?
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
We as an audience do not necessarily know what has happened to Morkant yet. So you get smashed aside, and we see you go flying and like land in a heap. And I want you to look up the death's door move, and then when we cut back to you, we're going to resolve that move.
Okay, sure, that's fine.
All right. Vessel and Owena. Vessel, you get the light, like a torch at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got a torch. It's not enough to illuminate the whole area, but it is enough to like definitely get a sense of what you're dealing with. And so the part that you're at here, like this is definitely the extent of it. And Vassal, you said like you're looking for like the pattern of the thing, right? I'm guessing you're trying to find like where it's emanating from, or
where it's emanating from, and generally speaking, how to navigate it once we cannot as easily see it like we can from right now.
Okay. So yeah, you're gonna have to climb down from this like area. There are plenty of handholds, but it is still like, you wouldn't want to have to do this fast. And there are pathways is not quite right, but there's like looser areas of the briar where you can like step around and step through. And I think when the light like actually flares up, actually, so the two of you, you'd be talking.
Would he have found us?
That's what I was just thinking. Is how would Owen have responded to this? And I think what it probably comes down to is like right as Vassal, you get the light going and like the torch starts to kindle, and like the two of you are like now in like bright light. That is kind of when there's like kind of just pulling up over the edge. It's the face you've been looking for 10 years, right? 15 years, 15 years now. And he squints.
Owen?
What? You're here? And you like start.
Yeah. Yoink!
And there's just this like, I'd like pause and kind of like stops as you like kind of got him open, and then kind of closes his eyes and asks you like a detail about when you were young, and it's like, what was like what did mom keep on, or what what did mom keep above the hearth, or such and such, like some little detail like that from your childhood.
Yeah, she kept a pair of shears taped above the door because it was meant to cut bad luck before you entered the house.
And like this kind of grim, or like this cautious look on his face just sort of melts, and he just like runs forward and grabs you around the waist.
He's exactly the same, isn't he? 10. Oh,
He basically
boy.
hasn't aged.
Oh, God, you're so small. We were so small. You were so small.
It's weird here.
Yeah.
Hey, you, Mom and Dad are here.
How are they here? I thought they left for Godwin, Godric.
Gordon's Delve.
Gordon's Delve. I
Right.
thought they left for Gordon's Delve. There was a note and everything that I couldn't read.
Yeah.
I just realized I didn't know how to read it.
He looks a little bit confused and then just like shakes his head. They came looking, and the queen got her, or got them, and threw them in here. I've done what I can, but it's bad. Like, they're and sorry, I couldn't do anything.
You're a child? Why do you need to do anything? You should not be looking out for our parents. Our parents are adults, and you are thrown into the situation that you had no control over. Don't worry, we are here now. And just sort of like pulls him into her cloak, I guess, her like furs and things, and just sort of like hefts him. Like, you know how you pick up children, sort of like picks him up and sort of is like, okay, no, now we are here. We are going to get them all out, and we are going to leave. We are going to leave here together.
And he like gets a kind of surprised look. Is like, how are we going to get them out?
A lot has changed on the outside, brother. Can I seek insight about the situation now that we're like, or are we still above? Or are we in the Briar now?
We're still above.
Yeah, you're still above. Yeah. I mean, you can go down and seek insight.
I would like to go down and seek insight.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm guessing, Vassal, that you want to help with this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I think we're gonna do it like this. Yeah, let's do it as Vassal. You provide advantage to Owena seeking insight.
Cool.
Cool. Better, because that was not great to begin with. 7 on seek insight.
7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you rolled the extra dice for advantage?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was fine. A 1. A 3 is a 1. Then I rolled a 3 for 6 to pump it to a 1. It's
no,
good.
That made
7 is good.
Yeah.
All right. So between the two of you, what question do you wish to ask?
All right. If you'll allow, since I aided for us to get the what happened here recently for free, that's great. But
well, I will answer that in the sense of like you can tell that Owain has like cut pathways through here.
Oh, interesting.
And like more than just the pathways to the to your parents, Owena. Like there are other people that he comes down here to visit.
Okay. So Owena, the two that strike out to me, one is the smart answer and one is the expedient answer. And those are, what should I be on the lookout for? And the other one is, what here is useful or valuable to me? Which
exactly the two I was thinking about.
Because what we're looking for is, how do we avoid Briar issues, but I feel like we may be able to ask Owain that. And so I think if the goal here is to kill the um the father, um I think what is useful or valuable to me in the sense of how do we do that is actually probably the question we want to ask.
Yeah, because the Green Lord is in the Briar, right? That's what you were told.
That is what's powering the Briar. Yeah. And
Yeah.
if Owain hasn't figured out how to set people free, I don't think we're suddenly going to happen on an easy answer. And I think the answer to that may be kill the Green, kill the Green
Yeah.
Lord from what we've heard
Or
so
free
far.
the Green Lord.
Yeah.
I think what here is useful or valuable to me then is
Yeah.
sounds like the better answer. Sounds like the better question.
Okay. Yeah. And I think that is like between the two of you and Owain, like you are able to find, like you will be able to find the heart. And yeah, like I'm tempted to do a struggle as one to like have you navigate the briar patch to get there, but I think the first question I have is like Owain can show you to the heart and like it matches what you are looking for, right? Like it's the hub that all of these briars are kind of growing out of. And Owen's like, yeah, I did, like I don't go close to it, so I don't have like a path cut into it. But yes, you are correct. It is here. This is how we could get to it. This is the best way to get to it. Do you want to go there, or do you want to go and see your parents first?
Oh, I kind of like to go see my parents. If that's okay.
Oh, I think that's fine. Like, I mean, from a player standpoint, also Vassal is not going to be like, what the hell? Like,
Fuck you, can't see your parents who, like, you thought abandoned you 15 years ago, but turns out they were taken by the Blossom Queen.
yeah.
Yeah, I would love to
just
dip into hello, parents.
So, like I think they're basically this manifests as you get to a little crossroad in the path, and Owen's like, no, the heart is that way, and then he like pulls, like a different direction and kind of takes you towards the where your parents are. Just to make sure, Vassal, do you want to go with them to see the parents, or do you want to go try and like find your way to the heart?
Splitting up here sounds dumb.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah. I appreciate it. I feel, I would feel comfortable to say that, but yeah, no, it seems better to stay. Though I think Vassal is like definitely like fading. I mean, always, but like especially in this situation, this is a family moment also too.
Sure.
So like,
okay, cool. So you get to that like briar patch where it's grim. I'm not going to go into too many details here, but like it is people who have been imprisoned in Briar for what probably feels like an eternity. And when they kind of like see Owain at like they, like, why are you back so soon? And then they look up, and I think it's like your mom sees you and just like gasps a little bit and like, and then starts like, no, not you too.
No, I came here of my own accord, not by invitation and not by being pulled off the path.
And then your dad's like, you need to run, you need to get free of this place, take your brother and go live.
We are going to get more than just, we're here for more than just Owain. She's taken another child, Tomos. Winifred had a baby, and Tomos has been taken. We cannot leave without him. Luella would kill me.
and there's just sort of like I don't necessarily feel like getting into like role playing out a pair of people who have suffered like endless trauma, right? But there's
Yeah.
a bit of them just sort of like getting emotional about it, and again trying to convince you to leave, and like clearly they're kind of like have given up on the notion of them ever getting out of here.
It's funny. I'm not the child you remember anymore. I don't have to listen to you. And the look has changed.
I love it. Okay.
We're leaving together.
Cool. So we've got that. Karna, I suspect, like, I think there's more like getting the lay of the land. I think your friend helps you like find a disguise and
Incredible.
like, make your way, like get you situated towards the outskirts of the throne room, but like has you keep the lantern like kind of covered, right?
Yeah.
And you find like the room is like it's just like opulent splendor of like flowering motifs and light and pastels and vines and cushions and everything. And the Blossom Queen is just fussing about this child. Well, it was fussing about Tomos, right? Who you know, like draping them in like the finest of silks, and like telling, like scolding them to stand up straighter, and you know, like barking things at other people, and like there's a couple of runners are coming back and forth of just like reporting what's going on in the among the guests, and she keeps just like snapping orders at them as they come in, and seems to just be utterly unconcerned with the chaos that her guests are causing, and she's just goes back to fussing with actually, is that true? No, I think what happens is someone comes in and finally is like, the bear has started a brawl. And at that point, she just like gets this, like turns, and she's got that face that's just like completely blank, bug eyes, and the air around her just starts to like bleed this dark purple, reddish, mist around it, right? Like the color just shifts around her, and like, that's fucking, and she like, you know, snaps and starts like moving towards the entryway that you came in through. And as she sort of like gets to there, I think she says something along the lines of, "This monster, these fools shall not ruin our day," and like comes towards you. And that's kind of like at the moment where Fatima like catches your eye and like you know, makes the motion to like, now.
Yep. Karna will surreptitiously duck into the room and rush over to Tomos. Does he look
Okay.
dazed?
What's that?
Does he look dazed? Like
Does he look
he's
dazed?
under
Yes,
some
very
sort of
much so.
like a glamour?
Yeah.
Okay, boy. We
We got
can't
any of
have
that wine left?
Do I have that wine left? I don't think I
It was
have
only
it.
4 uses.
Yeah. I don't think I have it. That isn't anything that I can do here. Unless because Fatima's already doing the thing. I would like to very quickly use my bath of healing light as Karna. I would like, well, the first thing I need to do is invoke the sun god using my little tea light When you imbue a holy light with Helios power, choose an invocation you know and roll plus wisdom. On 10 plus, it works as described, and you must choose one consequence of the list below. On 7 to 9, it works as described, but you, the GM, choose one. So the invocation I'd like to use is Bath of Healing Light. I would like to remove this glamour, this influence over Tomos.
All right. It's a bit of a stretch, but it's on point for this,
Yeah.
right? Like certainly at
Yes.
the climax moment, I'm for a campaign that's only going to run for 4 sessions. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, let's roll.
So go ahead and roll it.
Yippee! 11, 12, 13 total.
Ooh.
All right. So you have to choose a one of the consequences for Invoke the Sun God.
Oh, I think, I think the consequence that I will choose is that the light is snuffed out when the invocation is complete. The fuel is consumed.
Okay. So as the Blossom Queen like makes her way towards the door, you like kind of sneak in past her. She's like pulling her entourage with. They've left part of her entourage with her. They've left part of the whatchamacallit, part of the entourage is left behind, like with the child. And you like kind of get up to them, and they're all like looking at you, like, what is this? Like they're kind of confused as to who this person is. And as like they are like, some of them start moving towards you as you do the light, and like, and so what does it look like when you like use the Bath of Healing Light? Because I don't think we've seen it on screen before.
It literally is just from this little tea light, right? This little oil lamp that a small orange glow turns white, and it just like halos both Karna and Tomos, and it almost is this like beautiful bubble around them. And it just that orange begins to like cut through the glaze that is over Tomos's eyes.
Awesome. Cool. Okay, so you're doing that. The people, like the courtiers around you.
No, it's
Okay.
good. I'm like, hee.
The courtiers around you sort of like all step back. Tomos's eyes like kind of snap to, and he looks up at you and goes, "That
We have to go."
And like as you do that, and the Blossom Queen's like just at the edge of the room. Fatima like steps in, or like steps forward to the center of the chamber, and just sort of like calls out, "Blossom Queen!" And actually, I think she actually says, "Blossom Queen, you cantankerous bitch." And oh boy, she has no whatchamacallit, no like she doesn't have a light source on her, right? She doesn't she's not carrying a flame. She just sort of like stands there around, like, you know, like totally taking up the center of attention. And she like just is holding herself high, and she pulls out she basically like touches her forehead where the like the little circlet is, right, like the bead, and takes it and holds it out, and it just erupts into pure white flame. And just like, behold your truth, or behold the truth, the squalor of your existence. And like it just, and you see the truth laid bare of like everything here. Like all the glamours are just shattered, all of the light is, or like all of the pretense is gone, and you see that you are in a damp, wet dirt cave, or like cave of mud and dirt, with like 4 maybe like kind of crude pillars covered in mold, and like a pool of water, like stagnant water, and just like that is everything. And the queen is just fucking livid.
Connor picks up the boy as we're leaving.
All right, Morkant. Could you please read off
Absolutely.
the
When
door?
you are dying, you glimpse the last door and the Lady of Crows. Describe it. So, as the brawl is going on in the main reception room, we almost kind of hear the sound of the kind of raucous activity like drop and then mute down as a woman just walks out of the kind of furious throng of thrashing and weapons and screaming. She is a monolith of a woman, tall and oblong and dark. Her hair like ferrofluid, moving endlessly in black, sleek, almost metallic spikes. Her skin like beetle chitin, as she stands up over Morkant's body. Is this the end for you? And so, the second part of this. Then roll plus nothing. 4. On a 10 plus, you rest yourself back from the realm of the living, return to 1 HP, and say how the brush of death has marked you. On a 7 to 9, the lady waves you off. You are no longer dying, but you are out of action. On a 6 minus, as I have rolled a 4, your time has come. Choose one. Make one last move as if you have rolled a 12 plus, then step through the last door. Refuse to go, gain the Revenant or Ghost insert, or call on one of the things below by name and beseech it to intercede, then gain the Thrall insert. I think, also to kind of accelerate the circumstances we're in by hair, can we cut back to the circumstances with the Blossom Queen? Is she giving chase?
I think what she is doing is not giving chase to Karna. She is facing down Fatima, like bearing down on Fatima, and basically like going to smite her.
Ultimately, Morkant is primarily interested in making sure that Tomas makes it back intact. That's what we came here to do. This is also not a conversation he is in a position to have with anybody else, so I'll state the inner thoughts of it here. While there are obviously other people that the Blossom Queen has spirited away, the people of Stonetop have grieved, but they have also moved on. While it would be nice to be able to retrieve everybody, ultimately retrieving people that everybody thought were long dead and not the child who has most recently walked away and shattered the community, I think would do very little to Stonetop's own personal harmony. So ultimately, Morkant will do one last thing to prevent whatever obstruction manifests itself on the way to that may intervene on Tomas being able to leave. So I'll hold that action until we get to a point of if there is something that is obstructing specifically Tomas from moving.
Okay, cool. All right. So back to back to Vassal and Owena. So I'm kind of picturing you now, like kind of hacking your way into the like you stand now before the heart of this briar, and heart is kind of the right term. Like it's this mass of like thick vines with spikes coming out of it that are long and like thorns that are like this long, like daggers. And in the like you can barely kind of see into it, but it's maybe the size of a house, like an elephantine thing, sort of like in just wrapped up and entwined in this is this kind of like beetle figure that is just bound and pierced by all of these things, like all of these thorns and just all of the briar pulling out of it. And you can just feel the power of this thing, just sort of like pulsing every like breath that it would take if it was alive would be, you know, like just this like heartbeat that you just feel as you're standing next to it. And there are kind of like not etched, but like growing into, or maybe cut into the vines themselves. You see these like intricate little flowing scripts and like runes and script just going all around, like and twisting and turning all around them in the Green Lord speech, or in the Green Lord script.
So when I can read it?
I mean, you can definitely read the words. Whether or not you can make what it's doing, that's another question.
Yay.
But is that what you're looking at and trying to do?
Yes, to the end of seeing if she can figure out a way to break this circle, I guess. In a way that won't have severe consequences.
Right.
Only severe consequences for one person.
Okay. All right. Yeah, why don't you know things to try and figure out what the hell is going on here?
Yippee! That is a 10. 6 and a 2. Wait, yes. 8 plus 2 is 10.
Okay.
I don't know do math.
So this does not give you do not get your well versed on this, because what you are evaluating here is the work of the makers, that just happens to have been put to use by, like, well, you suspect that this has just happened to have been put to use by a fae. But what, like, these are, as you suspected, words of binding, right? And like the easiest way that you can think of to undo them is to basically just hack the shit out of some of these like words of binding that are in the tree trunk size things. And like if you mar enough of it, it will break the binding, and you'll have a Green Lord spirit that will be running free, or will be freed from its imprisonment.
Hey, did the Green Lords, were they like super, they seemed very unchill, but they didn't happen to be
like really nice, right? Like
yeah, they were super nice. That's why they were imprisoned and killed and revolted
I mean,
against.
green is a color that means like life and
Right.
flourishing, and you know that obviously means good for everyone.
Yeah, great. Oof. This binding that is this like spell that's entwined here, is this also what's causing this like growth to sort of entangle all the people?
Yeah, it's like a feedback loop, right? So it's like binding the Green Lord and like pulling their own power against them to like power the growth and like create the yeah.
Can the Green Lord talk, or are they just stuck in this like pain state?
You call its name, or you call out to it?
Yeah, or can I touch the mass, I guess?
Oh, please do.
To like I want to try and commune, I guess, with this being.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so you like basically put your hand onto the bean itself, like avoiding the thing, and like open your mind, try and like talk to it. I mean, you're in a fae realm that was built to house its spirit. I think this works just fine. Like, it's not even necessarily that it manifests, right? It's just like it was here to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And you more or less speak its language. So what do you say?
How do I break this script to free those who are trapped here?
You like kind of both you and Vassal feel this like shifting in all of the briar, right? It just like wraps around you. Vassal, you have to like, you know, like move to the side and like stomp at a couple of these things to like make sure that they don't entwine you and grab Elena. And it basically like you kind of hear this rumbling voice, and Vassal, you don't know what it's saying, but you can hear the voice, and it Darby, it hard for you to, or Elena, I'm sorry, it's hard for you to like register and translate on the fly, right? Because you've never heard it spoken before,
Mm-hmm.
but you're pretty sure that what it is saying is burn the vines and mar the fear, mar the runes and burn the vine, or burn the vines, cut them free, cut me free, and they shall all wither.
And what will you do after you are freed?
I shall take my bloody vengeance.
Against just the Fae or any who are in this domain?
Let's see
Would they
here.
answer that?
I do that. All right. The Blossom, I will crush the Blossom Queen and all who have stood with her, and I care not who stands in my way. Free me, mortal.
I won't unless you. Ooh, I want to.
Gonna make a deal.
Yeah, I want to. Can I seek insight on this Green Lord to try? I'm like, I gotta set it up. I want to make a deal.
I mean, in your defense, you know what it wants or needs.
I know what it wants.
You don't have to seek insight to know what it wants or needs. You can seek insight, but you don't have to.
Yeah, persuade them by offering something they know or want or need. If I free you, you cannot harm those in the Blossomed Queen's entourage. Only her. Only Tom.
All right. Roll persuade.
Okay. Check. Okay.
You have no leverage.
I kind of do.
I mean,
I just walk away.
No, I mean,
it has no leverage.
I guess you have no way to make him honor that if you free him. He can say yes, and then you have no leverage.
I don't know if Owena knows enough about the Green Lords to know, like, Fae are bound, even with trickery, to agreements to a certain degree. Are Green Lords the same way?
You know, of course, there is a point where we must do a thing, ask around.
Yeah.
I'm so scared.
8?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't get my let's make a deal here bonus because I didn't seek insight, right? But
well, what is what's the move?
It says when you seek insight, add what do they really want or need to the list of questions. When you persuade by offering them something, when you persuade by offering them something that you know they want or need, treat a 7 through 9 as a 10+.
Yeah, that you know what they want or need. They want or need
Jeremy
to be
gave that to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
10 plus.
Yeah, cool. So let's see here. It either agrees or reveals the easiest way to let them be. All right. It comes back with let's see here. So you said no one, but in their entourage, just her and Tom, basically. Like everyone else has to be okay. And it kind of rumbles back. Fine. Or it rumbles back with I shall seek the ruin of the queen and her traitorous consort. And I shall not seek revenge against the others who aided her and others in her consort, but I do not promise them I do not promise to spare them if they are in my way. Or I cannot promise to spare them if they are in my way.
Get him to leave afterwards.
And and where will you go after? I guess this is his home, right? Like this is his domain. The Blossom Queen just
Took it.
converted it. Yeah. So I guess he's just gonna stay here, probably.
Well, interestingly, he is like that the Blossom Queen like is the anchor of this domain. It's what she was made to be, like created for. So
we have to play to find out, you're saying?
I mean, have to play to find out. If you have like ideas, I'm game to them. But
No,
like,
that's fine.
That's really interesting because he said revenge against her, not like kill her outright. I guess
It's true.
I can play to find out. Let's rip and roll, baby. I'm gonna burn these vines. Let's set these vines on fire.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's Beyblade. Let her rip.
Yeah. I think we can pull out some, like, if we know we want to set a fire, I'm happy to Mark to pull out some Liar's whiskey because it's not good for drinking anymore.
No, it's terrible for drinking.
And we can certainly start a nice fire around these around this womb.
I wonder if also because we could soak, because I also have like a lot of stuff, all undefined. If we soaked like rope in like alcohol or oil or something, and we could wrap it around the vines, so it's pretty exact.
I think what we're getting at is we mark a couple things and start a fire.
Yep. All right. So basically, you guys start setting up a fire to burn away the vines. In the meantime, Owen's like, I'll start cutting mom and dad free.
The vines will wither if we do this. If we burn,
and then we're gonna need to run like hell, right?
Oh, very much so.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get started.
If you pass anyone else, let them know to prepare themselves.
All right. Like Owen nods and starts running off to start chopping away at the briars. All right. So I think we cut back to Karna, who has
me
has the boy.
You have a child.
So you've got Thomas, you've got a number of the Queen's entourage that were paying attention to you and were maybe what is this? They are suddenly all looking at Fatima and the Queen is bearing down on her, and it sounded like you just ran.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. So you are running. I think what we're basically looking at here is a defy danger to get to the exit, right? Or find, make your way back without, any problem going.
Yeah, absolutely. All
so
right, let's go.
The question is, what are you defying danger with? So if we look at the move,
I feel like this is. I feel like this is. You could tell me what this sounds like in terms of the stats. I think this is Karna like using his like instinctual senses. You know, the idea of like in the Fey realm, you're not like thinking of the path. You have to like will the path forward, right? And like think of your end goal and tread forward. I think that's the spirit that Karna's is holding onto this child, and it's just sprinting through this place and begging, pleading with Helior that everyone else has found their way out, that everyone else is right behind him, ahead of him. But he must take this child safe. He can't let Lady Fatima's sacrifice be in vain.
Perfect. Okay. So roll plus whiz.
Roll plus whiz. Okay, I'm good at that. Please. Boxcars. Let's go. That's 14 total. Boxcars.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay. You like there's a few twists and turns, right? And you like hear this sort of like insect buzz drone just like raising behind you as you flee. And just like, you know, basically there's the Gandalf you shall not pass moment going on like as you are running. And the whole like the tunnels are starting to shake a little bit, and you rush out and you find yourself in like back in that big cavern where everybody else, like where the big party was happening. You see Morkant's like crumpled bloody form on the far side, and then you have but then like all of the chaos and the fighting that's all happening. Hey, God damn it! The cat just grabbed my glasses.
the very real fighting happening in the
the very real chaos.
They're really mad.
Get out. Okay, sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Like, he fucking reached under the monitor to where my glasses were sitting and just like hooked a claw in and just...
It's revenge. It's revenge for
him. He wants lunch. I should get him some. So let's wrap it. Like keep it moving.
Yeah.
So basically, you see all the chaos happening. You see Morkant's body like off the ground, and you kind of immediately see like there's no saving them. Like they are broken and bloodied, and just like in a pool of their own blood, and like kind of like seeping out. And there's a moment where like you see that, and then you see the exit, or like a clear path to the exit. And the question is, what do you do?
The last thing that Karna says in honor of Morkant, the closest thing to a funeral, to a blessed mantra, a farewell that he could give in this moment is, you are the wisest amongst us, and I will never forget you. I'll carry that with me. And I will take the boy, staff in hand, and I'm marching out of this exit.
All right. So you guys run, or you run, or like hustle past the exit.
Yes.
Vassal and Owena, I think for the two of you, we cut back. Like you start to like you also feel the shaking of the place even before you get the fire going, and you know, but like the fire catches, the burn, the vines start to like catch and go, and then very soon they just like start to like really as soon as some of well, actually, let me ask you. Are you waiting to make sure that the burning actually works, or are you like once the fire is going, do you fucking run for it?
I think we make sure the fire is spreading, but
Yeah.
not that the withering is working. I mean, there is no reason I think for this thing to have lied to Owena. Like it wouldn't
Right.
make sense. I mean, there's plenty of reasons for it to lie to Owena. About this, not at all.
Okay. So the fire is going to work, right? The two of you, like once you see that the fire is catching and like you start to see the vines and the markings starting to like burn away a little bit, you're grabbing Owen and like your parents Owena are just like kind of coming out and like staggering with you. And like kind of as you're pulling them out of the briar, like you realize that the briar is not like pulling back at them, which is you gather new.
Yeah.
And Owen's like starting to cut away at some of the other people and try and pull them out, and they are just like, like it's not happening quickly enough. The whole cavern is starting to like shake. The vines are kind of withering away, but the people that are in them are not like, I mean, they're in a bad spot, right? They're
Yeah.
not like they're wounded. They are in ages worth of pain. They're weak. And the vines start to like uncoil and just like whip around. And you guys are now in this situation where you've got like a couple of people that you want to get out of here, a bunch of people that you would like to get out of here, and the whole place, like also the whole
Shaking.
thing is
Yeah.
starting to shake.
I mean, Vesel is very much of the mind that like we are headed for the exit.
Yeah.
If I hope other people make it also. Like, I mean, I'm not kicking anybody over to make sure that they don't or that we do, but like that is like we are in a better situation to get out than they are, and I hope they can.
Okay.
If
All
there's
right.
anyone who can be helped along the way that we're going, Owena will try and help people as we go along. In particular, she's trying to keep an eye out, hopefully for Dobry as she's running. But if she can't she's got Owain, and he's a child.
Yeah. Okay. I think what we're going to do is handle this with a struggle as one. So when you defy danger as a group, in this case, the two of you, where'd that go? It's under the expedition moves, which
Under
are
Big Camp.
Yep. All right. So when you struggle as one, or when you defy danger as a group, establish the party's approach, and then you each roll plus stat as though it was a defy danger. On a 6-, you'll find yourself in a spot. I'll describe it and ask you or ask you to. On a 7 to 9, you pull your weight. On a 10+, you do well enough to get someone else out of a spot if you can tell us how.
Cool.
So
let me ask you an important question.
Yeah.
Are we on a journey out of here?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We're getting the fuck
Cool.
out.
That matters. All right.
Yep. It would be a real dick move of me to be like, "Hey, Ranger, your signature move."
Your
No,
signature
you don't.
move that makes doing this specific thing really good. Excellent. We each roll it.
You each roll, but so I think I'm actually leaning towards Dex on this because like Vassal clearly knows the way. You've got, and the problem is that you've got like shaking and like vines and like it honestly feels like a running away from a collapsing or running away through a collapsing tunnel type of thing.
Yeah. I mean, as much as I'd love to repitch wisdom, I think Dex makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dex is.
Dex is great for Elena.
Great.
All right. What do you?
I roll a 10.
You okay? And Darby or Owena?
7. I think is that 4 + 3? Oh, -1. Fuck. 6.
Okay. So Owena, I think like as you all are trying to like get out of here, I think like you like probably Vassal, I'm guessing since you are you seem like bigger and sturdier just in general than Owena. I'm guessing that you've kind of like pulled Owen up like off the ledge, and Owena, you are kind of like coming up last. And as you do, like there's a one of the like flailing thorns just sort of like wraps around your leg,
Oop.
and like starts to like pull, like not even like intentional, just like flail backwards.
Mm.
And you are basically like about to get yoinked back down into all of the flailing briar. And Vassal, you said you have a 10 plus?
I have a 10 plus. So the good news is, and I'm assuming my special move only helps me. It does not help.
Correct. Yep.
You said they're about to get pulled back down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think. Without hesitation, like I think in the the Prestige television thing, we turn around, we see this, like, and we see just like scenes of Owena and like Vassal like in the woods together, like having like searched for things before them getting into trouble, them in other dangerous spots. Like somebody obviously is about to fall in a very similar situation in one of these moments. Before I turn around to go grab Owena and pull them up as they're about to get pulled back in.
Awesome. Okay, so the good news is that you got Owen, and I think you've got so Owen's out. Okay, yeah, and I am gonna rule it this way. This is kind of maybe kind of brutal.
Yeah, hit me.
So I think I probably should have set this up earlier. Owena, you were crawling up the thing and like, about to get up, and your parents were coming after you. And like the plan was you were going to get up and like kind of help them pull up yourselves. And then like you got caught, and Vassal, you're able to like grab Owena and pull her out. But unfortunately, like your parents just get like snagged in the flailing bits and like pulled back down in, and Owain is like, no, and like reaching out after them.
You know what?
Yeah.
I was going to save my kind of effect for specifically saving Tomas to escape, but that's already in hand. But I suppose just so that natural 12 that I get just isn't wasted on just not being needed for the thing at hand, there is a just indescribable shadow of a figure as you look back to your parents struggling to escape from the knotted vines that reaches down as you are not able to and just pulls them forth from it. Upon them being safely outside the space, the shadow walks up to you, Owena. It's like oil. It's of a material you can't describe, you've never encountered before. It moves with this kind of like spiky gravity to it, a magnetism, not that you would know what magnets are or how they work. You would choose to save the lives of people long since mourned rather than the individual you came here to save, with no plan, no resources, no backup should you fail. Selfish. It forms a puddle and is gone.
Wow!
Judgment served.
Judgment delivered. And never changed.
Oof. Okay, I think we zoom out. There's like, a panicked flight through the rest of the place. It's like as you are leaving, there's like this roiling form just kind of like comes flying out the tunnels after you, and it's clearly like Blossom just echoing out throughout everything. We see the Blossom Queen sort of like standing over the like kind of dimming flame of the Lady Fatima, like look up, and for the first time we see an actual emotion on her face of fear. And then we see like the group of you like running out through that chamber, which is now like, all of the Fae have like started like pouring out through that exit chamber that you guys came in through, off into different directions. I think Tomas and Karna sort of like have this moment of like looking back at to see what's going, and like that you see the rest of them come running out and down, and it's like out through the passageway, and we find all of you eventually just sort of like dumping out onto the mud, like it's hanging around by the waystone, and like in a utterly mundane, dirty, muddy, like place. And it is just like a few minutes maybe after you guys left. Like the mist is starting to like burn off a little bit, but it's still fairly early morning. And the rest of you all kind of like pull out. And then I think like not too long after you get out there, Owena, your parents, like they like stumble out, and there's this like they don't crumble to dust, right? But they look up at you and they see you, and they like kind of take everything in, and then there's just this like just they age in front of you and becoming like just
The age
older.
they should be.
Yeah, basically the age they should be. And like that happens, and it's clearly like shocking and kind of painful to them. And then it like I think your mother her hand is like kind of shaking as she just reaches up and like puts her hand on your face, and is just like, you've grown so much.
I suppose that is true. Sorry, you. We all thought that you abandoned Stonetop and me. Forgive me if I'm a little stiff.
And I think at that point, like, there's some footsteps behind you, and it's Owen, but like he's grown,
It's like tiny.
like very awkwardly, just sort of like, I know you never stopped searching for us. And
I knew that you were out there somewhere.
there's just a great big family hug. All right. Are there any scenes that anyone would like to just like do a quick montage of, or just like put together?
I don't think so for me.
I don't think so either. Did any of the forest folk manage to make it out with us, or?
I think that we do a quick cutaway to a number of other like you like look in and like look back at the stone, and like it's nothing's kind of coming out of it, but we cut away to another stone, like deeper into the wood, and like a few of them start like staggering out, and not too long. Like there's a pause, and we think it's done, and then a white-haired, masked one kind of like comes staggering out, and we recognize the mask from hanging on the end of Owena's braids.
Ooh. A very brief thing, not that Morkant is present for it. About a day later, on another kind of like rainy late afternoon, a woman comes down into the deep woods following instructions from her son about where he went missing. Despite her age and frame, she's carrying a mattock, like a pickaxe, as she finds this waystone in the middle of the woods and swings down, and again, and again, and again. And this is not happening to Stonetop ever again.
There's always a little light that burns and is filled with oil every single day that Karna tends to in honor of Morkant.
We did it.
Yeah.
Good job,
We did it.
folks.
Sorry we went late,
GG.
guys.
It's all
No,
good.
we're
It's all
good.
good.
We're good.
Well, I'm not going to have us do the end of session move, but
Yeah.
We should promo the fuck out of
Everybody mark,
ourselves, though.
but everybody mark XP just in case.
Yeah, just in
Mark
case.
XP.
Thank you, everybody. That was a delight.
That was great. Now, normally there is an end of game move, which I also here would be actually my proposition, and we can talk about this more afterwards. What I'd like to do is maybe once after Darby's back from Korea, and sorry to dox you, and after UKGE, try to set up another time to do kind of a talk back session and a longer debrief together. And maybe in between, even set up a session, or we could double it up. Have Jeremy talk a little bit about the prep side of things for the session also.
Yeah,
I
want
interesting.
Yeah, I may try to do that in between so that we can all watch it and then ask Jeremy informed questions, and we can do the end of game move then also too. It'll be a few weeks for that, but I still think I want to really honor that Stonetop has that written in. I think we'll also all enjoy it, even though we had a little bit of a beat of it. So I'll pitch that. We'll figure out those details later. But normally we would do a lot of that right now, but we have been playing for 4.5 hours, and we all have a lot of things going on today. So let's do a quick whip around from everybody just so people can know where to be found. Let's start with Darby.
Hi, hello. My name is Darby, otherwise known as Chaotic Darby on the internet. I'm a TTRPG performer, producer, game designer, menace all around on the web. You can find me as Chaotic Darby. And if you follow me on Instagram, you will see that I will be in Korea because you will get daily updates of how many of the stupid little lychee drinks that I drink in Korea. The number is probably going to be higher than 24. I love that goddamn drink so much. So follow me around, see what I'm up to. I've got fun projects in the works this year.
Awesome. Nathan.
Hi, I have been your furry fluid investigator, Nathan Blades, tabletop RPG designer, streamer, voice actor, and general internet ne'er-do-well. As said before, you can catch me in most places on the internet under The Neon Caster, including buying my own tabletop RPGs. If you happen to be in the UK and be attending UK Games Expo at the end of May, in like 2 weeks. I'm still not fully prepared. I still need some stuff to organize. I will be at that. I will be doing an evening show playing the Discworld tabletop RPG alongside Quinn's, actually, which is going to be very fun.
I'm excited about it.
That's at 6 p.m. on Friday. And otherwise, I will be generally on the 3 Cell Studios stand promoting my tabletop RPG, City of Vespers. I hope to see you there. There'll be a special surprise if you come up and say hi and you recognize me from the internet. So thank you for having me.
Val?
Hi everyone, I'm Valiant Dorian. I use he, him as pronouns. You can find me all across the internet at Valiant Dorian or also Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure I just set you on. I do so much in tabletop role-playing games. Next month, I'm going to be at Little Island FurCon in Singapore, promoting my very, very furry werewolf game called The Beast Within. I'll also be selling some of my furry games there. And in terms of other stuff, you can keep an eye out for me in terms of streaming. You can always find me on Saturdays on Transparent RPG, where I play Sayer, the misbeloved twin brother of Chosen One. And you can also find me on Mondays playing the disaster bisexual Keshav over on Dungeon Scrawlers. We'll be playing Invisible Sun. And yeah, thank you all so much for joining us on this lovely, lovely little jaunt of an adventure. Passing it over to Jeremy.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Jeremy. You can find me at spoutinglord.blogspot.com or at https://ttrpg.link/ God damn it,
Stonetop Discord.
It's just the thing. Love it. You can also check out Stonetop itself at ttrpg.link/Stonetop. It's people are enjoying it and wanting it. If you want to pick up a copy, check out the free kind of preview handouts or get a physical copy of yourself, or the cool maps that a lot of people have been really excited about now that they've seen them in full physical form. Go check all that out at ttrpg.link/Stonetop. You can check out everything we do at Plus One on that same website, because that's our website. But check out RPGZine.Club. Or check out Soothe Wardens, which is launching on BackerKit this week. We made a last-minute shift over to BackerKit from Kickstarter, but it is an amazing luckless game by Navarre Seek Jackson, who creates absolutely amazing games at the table. But the fact that it's luckless means you're not rolling dice. You're managing resources and role-playing. It's very Wheel of Time / Aes Sedai inspired. So if you want to go check that out, that's ttrpg.link/Soothe Wardens. We'll be chatting about it this week. And we have Luke, who is one of the a big Stonetop fan. Luke from Wildwoods Games and Navarre are going to be sitting down late on a Wednesday night for our next episode of Now You've Seen It at 10 p.m. Eastern to read through Navarre's The Corrupted and Luke's Heaven in the Dust and interview each other about those works. So feel free to come back and join us, but we'll be at Game Face Con next weekend, so we will not be streaming here. And then we'll be back the week after for more shenanigans, including having John Harper on for Show Me Your Moves on Wednesday with Aaron King. So lots of fun stuff coming up here. We've never figured out a good way to end streams here on Plus One EXP, and at this point, we're not interested in doing so. So we're just going to wave at the camera until I take us off air.
Farewell.